to see. This is a murder trial. John O'Keefe is dead. And that is really, I think, the upsetting part of this, again, is the circus that remains.
Right, Jen. Well, and something else I think that's an important point to clarify for any of our wonderful viewers who may just be joining the coverage, who maybe didn't follow the trial from its inception. Jen, you and Matt know so well the history of this case and how this is one that the Reid team deliberately wanted to be tried in the court of public opinion. And we know that there were a lot of O'Keefe supporters who did not want to be out in public for fear of getting attacked. I had one of his cousins on the show the other day, Renee Rizzitano, who said that we've been called murderers. I mean, stop and think of that. The O'Keefe family being insulted in such a way and to have to withstand such attacks and hatefulness.
Can you hear me now? Hello, everyone. How are you? I hope you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me. We are waiting for the verdict. Do you think we'll have a verdict today? Do you think we will have a verdict today? Also, Brian Koberger, his hearing today is today to discuss if they are going to delay the trial from August 11th due to the Dateline leak. So that will be discussed today at 10 a.m. So in about 3.5 hours. Hope everyone's doing well. I don't know if it's going to be a long wait or if we're going to go all day and not get a verdict, or it could be an hour. We just don't know, but we'll be here. We will be here for it. You are so funny. Oh, you all are amazing. I'm just going to go make your coffee, y'all. Get your coffee. I'm going to go get mine. We could be here all day. I'm going to go get some coffee. I'll check back in a second. Okay, Beth, see you in a bit. You mow that lawn. We're here. Whispering's crafting. I'm getting my coffee. And we're here. Hopefully, we will have a verdict today. Do you think it's going to be a mistrial based on the questions they gave? Do you think they are going to be able to come to a conclusion, a verdict today? Hello, woman's warrior. Hello, hello, everyone. You're getting high on your glue whispering. What you making today? You all are so creative. You are making keychain crosses, refrigerator magnets, and stuff to etch your wine bottles. Wow. You all are amazing. Do you craft each day? Or just when you're listening to me? Just kidding. Yeah, you know what? Whispering Winds, when if you message me today, will you give me the email of your website? I also need to get town chats too. Oh, Woman's Warrior. I can't either. When I ever have to do something on the board to illustrate, it becomes a big joke with my students. They come up to help me.
Right. After the word stop, stop and sign the verdict slip.
Yeah.
And then under sub 5, again, the same thing we just suggested for consistency that it say, if guilty, check one of the following of the both. And the final edit would be in the final parenthetical, the last sentence. If you find, I think her should be changed to the defendant. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1.
Okay.
And those are the edits that we have suggested for the verdict slip.
Mr. Brennan?
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Okay.
The idea of instructing them on the nuance of selecting one guilty or not guilty, I don't think needs to be explained. I think with the edits, this proposed instruction explains it.
Yes. All right.
I don't have any issue with if you state, if you decide on a lesser included offense does not include the earlier offense. And I'm not sure of the exact language that can be. I don't think that's necessary, but that is something I wouldn't have an objection to. But I think the form which is filled out with the edits is going to be sufficient to follow.
What do you think about the defendant's position that if you were to find her guilty of operating under the influence,
Mr. Jackson said explicit acquittal. I don't like that language. I think if you find it means you have found her not guilty of each of the others.
That would be fine with us.
I think it's better if you find her guilty of any lesser included offense. It would not include the higher offense.
All right.
I think that's just confusing.
So what I planned on doing was bringing them out and giving them each a copy of the amended verdict slip, explaining that it really is consistent with the jury instructions I gave them, but walking them through it. So we start from the top and then explain, if you find the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip, and let the court officer know you have a verdict or something.
I prefer that.
I think I'll walk them through it like we do in civil cases.
All right, so let's bring in our legal analyst guest and see what he thinks of what the judge discussed with the attorneys and what the attorneys had to say as they weighed in on the instruction. Matt Timpanek, our guest this hour. Matt, what did you think of what the judge did? She ultimately brought them in and then said to work through it top to bottom. Effective enough? What are your thoughts, please?
When you look at the verdict form, and I talked about this on my YouTube show of the weekend, it's not as complicated as the defense made it out to be. In the actual jury instructions themselves, not the verdict form, it lays out exactly what you do. If you think that the defendant is not guilty, you check the box and move on. If you find that whatever charge you found to be guilty, the highest offense for charge 2 is motor vehicle manslaughter. If you find her guilty of that, check that box and move on. There should only be, of the 5 numbers, there should only be 1 box checked. There shouldn't be 2. There shouldn't be, 2 and 5 or 2, 3, and 4. No, it's 1. 1 box is all you were checking based on the charge. And I definitely think that the defense, like I remember their other verdict form, they wanted to put like not guilty after every single charge, which could have opened up a double jeopardy issue. If she were to be found guilty on that page, be like, well, they acquitted her here, but they found her guilty here. So I definitely think that the judge did the right thing, just kind of simplifying it and explaining it to the jury, because as I've stated previously, this is where the jury was going to focus pretty much the entirety of their deliberations. The first jury reportedly thought that murder wasn't proven, as well as the leaving the scene of accident. So this is where I believe they'd be focusing their time. And based on the questions we got yesterday, that seems to be the case.
Right, right. And Matt, you explained that so well. And we've put up on the screen for our wonderful viewing audience, page 2, the page where there seem to be more choices than on pages 1 or 3 of the verdict slip. And so here, looking at that, just as you explained, you can see at the very top would be the option for not guilty. And then if you just follow it down, as you said, this isn't multiple boxes, but 1 box. As you look at it, Matt, thoughts on whether this is too complicated? We've heard that argument. You touched on it a bit. We've heard some people going, oh my, a lot of words on the page. Your thoughts, please.
I think that when the instructions usually lay it out. The reason we do jury instructions is so that the jury can get guidance on something like this. This verdict form, remember, and during the charge conference, David Yannetti asked for the lesser includeds of this offense. And with it brings all of the lesser includeds of motor vehicle manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor and negligence, as well as simple misdemeanor OUI. So when you're putting it all together, it's all right. If the 4-person must start, it's like, all right, let's start at the bottom and work our way up. It's like, all right, was she under the influence of alcohol at the time of the incident question? That was one of the biggest things. Like, well, the times, like, no, the indictment states that it was on the day in question, January 29, 2022. So whether it was 12:45 in the morning and 5:04 in the morning, that's still January 29, 2022. So if you found she was operating under the influence, the verdict would be guilty for that charge. So I think that it's not overly complicated, but I think that the way maybe not following the instructions made it a little bit more difficult. And with so many words, yeah, it potentially could be, but overall, I think the judge did a good job clearing it up.
Mm-hmm. Right. If they start from the top and work their way down, it should make sense. Hopefully that did provide some clarification. We'll go over the Last question on the other side of this break. Matt, Tim, Panic, stand by, please. The last question pertaining to what if we come back not guilty on 2 counts? And what if we're stuck? What if we're undecided on a 3rd count? What does that mean? Does that
Julia, I think you're correct. Julia says, I think today is the day for a verdict or notice of a hung jury that judge will send back for more deliberations. Oh, interesting. So you don't think the judge will accept the hung? We will see. Very interesting that they were asking about the lesser charges. They wanted to know if we have not guilty on 2 charges and we find guilty on the lesser charge, probably the under the influence, will that mean we are convicting on all of the charges? So they basically, it sounds like where they had 2 not guilties and they were deliberating on a lesser charge for guilty, but they wanted to make sure that that lesser charge didn't turn all the others to guilty. So that's where they were at yesterday. They are in, I think they've deliberated 15 hours now, Court TV said. So we will see, right? But I think you're right, Julia. I think today's the day we're either going to have a verdict or we're going to find out if it's going to be a hung jury mistrial. And I switched it over to Fox 9 for us in Boston. But that Sia Pink out there is amazing that she has so much support. So where are you all in this? Because we're allowed to disagree with each other here. So if you feel like you want to say no way the first time, okay. You don't think, okay. Whispering, judge is part of the corruption in your opinion. Okay. Well, don't they have to pull her over at the time for the DWI? Yeah. You think she was framed? Yeah. Because they did not get a breathalyzer at the time. You're right. I see what you're saying. I don't know, whispering. Let me check into that real quick for you. I have your answer for you, my friend. It says that, let me get back to it. It says it is possible to be charged with a DUI even if law enforcement doesn't find you actively driving your vehicle. Now, here in Arizona, you have to be behind your wheel with the keys in the car. It says this is because DUI laws often encompass not just actively driving while impaired, but also being in actual physical control of a vehicle while intoxicated. How this applies to the Karen Reed case, based on the provided information that we have, is evidence suggesting she had been driving while impaired. Prosecutors in the Karen Reed case are using several pieces of evidence to argue that she was driving under the influence of alcohol at the time of the incident, even though she wasn't found in the car at the time of her arrest. Blood alcohol content. Reed's blood test taken hours after the incident showed a blood alcohol content exceeding the legal limit. Okay, so they're saying hours later she was still exceeding the legal limit. So assuming if she had been pulled over, she would have been under the influence. Prosecutors are using retrograde analysis to estimate, blood alcohol content at the time of the alleged collision. Okay. So they have where she was hours after the incident when they took her blood alcohol content. And then they're using analysis to determine what her blood alcohol content could have been at the time of the alleged collision. Interesting that they could do that. Multiple witnesses have testified about Reed's state of intoxication and her own alleged statements about potentially hitting O'Keefe with her car. Vehicle damage and location evidence presented includes damage to Reed's vehicle, specifically a broken taillight, and the location of her vehicle relative to O'Keefe's body. SUV data from Reed's Lexus SUV, including ignition on-off times and movements, is being used to establish a time of events and suggest she may have been driving and possibly backed up near where O'Keefe was found. I hope that helps. Right, exactly, Mark. Where's everyone's DUI from driving around drinking that night? I agree. Let me go back to our screen here. I totally agree. I hope that helps. So now in Arizona, you have to be behind the wheel, I believe, with the keys in the ignition. But I don't know under this circumstance what they would do if hours later they found you and you were still intoxicated. I'm not sure. But in Arizona, I believe you have to be behind that wheel. I agree, Mark. Where's their DUIs? And they said that it's quite common for them to go, bar hopping and drinking. So everyone, you're right. They were all under the influence. I think something is very fishy, in my opinion, as well. Oh, great point. What you can't test after someone could go get home and have a drink. Great point, woman's warrior. Yeah, I've never heard of that to where they can, assess and analyze based on, and they hadn't done at the time of the crime, right? The breathalyzer. So I had not heard of that either. Hold on, y'all. I think my coffee's ready. I'll be right back. Yes, and how about the one who Googled what to do with a body, right? Something that one lady Googled about the body. Why would you Google that? Like, how long can a body be outside or something? Why would you Google that, right? If you didn't know there wasn't a body outside? Very interesting. The car boxes tell so much more than people realize. Yes. I agree, Bliss. I think, that's interesting. I'm going to look into that. What does it tell us exactly, right? Great little research point there. Hope you all have your coffee. It could be a long day or it could be a short one. They could come to a verdict early. We also have Brian Koberger's hearing in about 3 hours and 45 minutes. Hi, Gypsy. This hearing is to determine and discuss, it's the pre-trial hearing, last one, that they are going to discuss, well, we think last one, right? They're going to discuss whether or not the trial will be delayed based on the Dateline leaks of information, which I think is silly because they knew that, that information's out there anyway. It's going to be out there anyway. They know what information they should be preparing for. They knew what they had. So I find that silly, in my opinion, but we will see what happens. I don't think the judge is going to delay it, but we have seen things happen, right? So it could be another delay for the victims of the Idaho 4 and their families, Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie and their families. And I hope not, because some of them had to get GoFundMes, loans, take off work in order to be there. So if it is supposed to start jury selection end of July. August 11th is supposed to begin opening statements, but we will see if that happens, and we'll know today if that's going to be what occurs. Donald Adelson was supposed to be on trial right now for unaliving, the conspiracy to unalive her son-in-law. Her son Charles and others are already convicted. That has also been delayed. And actually, that's been delayed for end of August. So we'll be running about concurrently with BK Brian Koberger's trial. I hate it when that happens. Oh. Oh my goodness, whispering. Sometime today I'm video calling with my special needs granddaughter. She has partial Downs. Her chromosome makeup, there are just 2 of 3 in the world. Wow. She's being bullied in school. What grade? What age group? Oh, bless her heart. I'm going to say a little prayer for her. Julia says, I still wonder why Karen Reed kept pushing to go to a pizza shop to keep partying, but wouldn't go into Fairview Party saying she didn't feel well. I don't know. Do you think we're going to have a third trial, everyone? 8th grade, very hard grade. That's what I teach, whispering. Very hard grade as far as kids go. Aw, bless her heart. It's never okay. It's terrible. Bullying is horrible. Decades ago, I used to do a bullying program, after school program for kids after Columbine. We started doing that, and I was actually led it at school. Oh, whispering, I'm so glad you're there for her. So glad you're there. I'm still waiting for my coffee. I thought it was ready. I'm actually making a pot of coffee today. I agree, Mark. This is just, we are 3 years down the road for these victims. Mark says these cases need to get to court sooner. Can't believe this is allowed. I agree. I mean, we're 3 years down the road almost for these families. Just a couple of months away. And if they delay it again, it's just so much. Oh, I agree with you. It's too long. It costs too much money to delay it for the taxpayers. And in my opinion, get the court started. I agree. Fun little fact, Kaylee Goncalves and I are sorority sisters. We're in the same sorority. I'll be right back. Let me check my coffee. I'm getting my snacks. So now the sidebars, yes. And a lot of people are feeling like the jury's no longer debating on the M charge, right? That they believe they are acquitting her of the M and talking about the influence, right? And that Judge Beverly Canone, is making it as difficult as possible for them to acquit her. And that is the theory some are having, is she's going to keep sending them back, but they believe she's being acquitted of M, right? That guilt. But the judge is making it very difficult for them to acquit her. But it sounds like the second jury is acquitting her of murder, in my opinion, based on the questions they asked yesterday. But we will see. But there is a lot of support for her outside that courthouse. I'm sure you've seen that. Let me see if Court TV is showing what they're showing. Like I said, I also have, okay, good. We're going to share here instead. There. Women's Warrior, that's such a great statement you made there. And we actually do that at our school. I feel like the school should do intensive work with children about bullying. They should think of physical and practical workshops which show exactly the effects and feelings of victims of bullying. That is really interesting. At our school, we started every Monday, all classrooms do something. It's like an enrichment, but it is focused on bullying, socialization. And it's not just, telling them, here's what hurts feelings, here's what you do. It's actually dialogue, like you're saying, Women's Warrior. where we dialogue, if this happens, what would you say? Well, I'd tell him this. Okay, now let's think of a better way. So it's an actual dialogue, interacting, we role play, and everyone does it every Monday. And based on your grade level, your curriculum's tweaked just a little for the, like kinder obviously has the same theme about bullying, and what we're doing. But theirs would be tweaked, obviously, much more primary level. But we do that every Monday. Great advice, Woman's Warrior. And yes, that's why I did an after school program, because so many kids don't even understand that they are bullying. I've heard kids drop a comment, as they're walking by someone, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, that is such a devastating statement. And that person saying it they're just like, go on. But oftentimes if you call them back and you have a conversation, some of them don't even realize the capacity of what can come out of their mouth, how it can hurt. Some do it very intentionally, but it's also training to say, how, being able to walk in others' shoes, right? Empathy. Oh, thank you, Woman's Warrior. That's not me, but that's our whole program. I do a lot in my classroom, though, as far as socialization. Like, my rule is none of you will ever know if I don't care for someone in my classroom. And I expect to never know if you don't care for someone in my classroom. That's kind of my rule there. We lift up, we don't break down. But thank you, Woman's Warrior. That's very sweet. Even a drama class role play is cool. Yeah, that would be cool. That's amazing to hear. I know how proactive you are. It's one of the reasons I love you. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, it's something that's really, yes, getting to the root of why they're being so nasty or targeting. It's because hurting people hurt people, right? Let me go to this other one right here. I'm also watching Boise for when that starts, just so you know. I'm also watching Boise for when that starts. We want to see what's going to happen, if the trial for Brian Koberger is going to be delayed. But yes, I agree, Woman's Warrior. Hurting people hurt people. And a lot of times it's just when you talk to the kids who are doing that, a lot of times, if you can really relate to them, you will get the why. We always say at our school, know your why. Why are you here? Why are you doing that? Why are you studying this? Why are you making this choice? Know your whys, right? I always tease them. Why are you talking while I'm talking? Bliss says, I always taught my daughter, people want to see you do good, but know better than them. Oh, yes. That's when ugliness happens, and it's usually learned from the parents. Very true. Very great thing to say to your child, because it's real, right? It's funny because I often have some of the kids who are oftentimes I'll have the cool kids or the kids who aren't the ones who want anyone to know anything's wrong, right? And I'll show up. I often get there early because I do student council and stuff too. And I'll get there early, and a lot of times I'll have a cool kid waiting by my door. And I'm like, what are you doing? Why aren't you with him? And then the tears start, and I put them in my classroom, and they have reasons why they are that way, and then they start sharing it with you. But it always melts my heart when they find my classroom when they're upset in the mornings, because yes, I have things to do, obviously, but I'm just glad that they know it's a place where they're safe. And even if they're the cool kid and they're coming to cry, they know they're okay. Women's Warrior, I used to have a secret box years ago, and I have not done that in a few years. I have such a, honestly, my kids really talk to me. I really do have a good rapport with them. We talk all the time. They actually come into class. It's kind of a thing they started. If they finish their work, they get to come talk to me. They started this. I didn't. If they finish their work, they get to come to me. So as they come in, they take numbers. They call numbers, actually. I'm 1, I'm 2, and they're hilarious. And that's where I learn a lot. I know I report so much to the office because I'm told so much. But I report so much that they're always like, how did you know that? They told me. I'm going to mute for a second and drink my coffee. Oh, thank you, Mark. You guys are sweet. Very sweet. Yeah, they're fun. Okay, I'm going to mute and have a swig of coffee. Whispering says, my middle child always took extra money on special treat days. She noticed many same kids just watched all the others have ice cream or popcorn, so she'd buy them some. Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah, I always like when what's that slushy truck that always comes? Kona. Whenever Kona comes, we have a lot of food trucks that come to our school for events and always. And whenever Kona comes, our school makes, slushies for kids who can't afford to buy Kona. But, when I have 8th graders, they're the upperclassmen. They want to do that. They'll clean my pockets because if I have change, I'll give it to for those kids who aren't going to have it. And the good thing about middle school, at least where I am with my kiddos, is the other kids will bring money. Like you're saying, Whispering Winds, they'll bring money for their friends who they know aren't going to bring it, things like that. But that's a hard thing when you do sales like that and there's kids who can't afford it. So we always bring dollars, and our cafeteria ladies are amazing about trying to find the closest thing they can to what's being sold. So the kids can have it for free if they want. But your middle child sounds just wonderful, Whispering. Has anyone been doing anything fun for summer? My daughter was bullied in high school, and she is truly the kindest with the biggest heart. Aw, she will be 24 next month and rocking adulthood. Oh, that's so nice. There's no time in this world for bullying. I agree. There really isn't. We have enough problems in our world. Oh, my son, when he was 4, asked for ice cream from the van. I only had a 20 note, all I had for the week. I said, I need change. He brought the whole street ice cream and gave me, was that 50 cents back? I could have cried. Oh my goodness, that's cute. Cute now, funny now, right? Oh, she's a nurse now with Women's Wear. You all have wonderful stories to tell. But yes, jealousy is a terrible thing. Terrible thing. Or even, that's one thing that I always have to make. Oh, Julia, it's so good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping in. We'll be here waiting for the verdict. I was going to say something. I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, that's something I always have to make sure of is like, you always want to make sure like that the kids who aren't the loud ones or the popular ones still get that time with you. Because you navigate with the loud popular ones, but I always have to make sure that I'm integrating myself with the quieter ones who won't scream to have a number, they won't scream, I'm number 10. I want to go sit with her. So I always have to make sure and pull them out and into my, little space and area too. And once I get one of them, they'll all start speaking up and going, oh, I want to turn. Just got to get that one shy one, right? Who wants to do it. And then you'll get the others interested. Woman's word, you're so amazing. You give so much grace. He didn't understand. He said, I got change. I couldn't be mad because he didn't understand and I shouldn't have been lazy and sent him. You are so amazing, woman's warrior. All 3 of my girls volunteered at elderly homes. They ran bingo or read stories to lonely people. Oh, they called it Adopt a Grandmother. Oh, I love that. I love that. So I wonder how many of you, let's see here. Do you think it's going to be a mistrial or we're going to have a verdict? Drop it in the comments if you are willing. You think we're going to have a hung jury or a verdict? And is she going to send them back to keep deliberating, or is she going to accept that they're hung and call a mistrial? What are you thinking? Absolutely. I totally agree. Whispering says, listen, I'm going to be old one day. I need them to know how to treat elderly properly. LOL. I love it. Yes. You think there will be a verdict, Bliss? I think they're close, aren't they? And this trial started when I was still in school before summer break. I wish this one had been a summer trial because such an and with the claim of the police corruption, I find it really interesting to watch and listen to when I'm thinking of another case we all follow, Sebastian Rogers. I don't know. Her poor dad, he says, well, John O'Keefe's family too as victims, but her father said, I'm going to look that up for you, Whispering, right now. Her father said he's ready, obviously, to bring his daughter home. I'm sorry, Whispering, okay, let me look that up for you, Whispering. I'm going to mute while I research for you. It says here, there isn't a limit to the number of challenges for cause. It says, in cases of a hung jury, the defendant can be retried as many times as the government wishes, as double jeopardy rules do not apply in this situation. A hung jury can lead to multiple retrials with no specific limit on how many times a defendant can be tried. Wow. And the enters, hi Magic Star, good to see you. And the other thing is that lost my train of thought. Sorry. It's morning, y'all. Yeah, a lot of money, right? Well, and what's that's what I was going to say. And so what's interesting is like in this, let's say if this goes to a mistrial, okay? And they've found her not guilty on the manslaughter in M, right? And they are just struggling over the other one of the lesser charge, the under the influence. If it becomes a mistrial, she's again tried for that homicide and that M. That's not taken off the table since they were acquitting her on that. Because they didn't I guess my understanding is because they didn't complete a verdict. Yes, they said they will go until they have a verdict. So that'll be interesting to see if that continues. So yeah, so if they get a new jury, the jury starts again with the same original charges. They don't take the ones off the table that were going to be acquitted if there had not been a mistrial or a hung jury. A partial verdict. Yeah, I heard them talk about that yesterday. And let me figure that one out too. I'll mute for just a second and find that out for you. Okay, Bliss. It says that partial verdicts are typically seen in cases when there's multiple charges. The jury might find a defendant guilty on some charges but not guilty on others, or they might agree on the verdict for some but not defendants, but not all if there's more than one defendant. The court can choose to accept that partial verdict. So if they have a verdict on the other charges but not the lesser charge, let's say of the under the influence, okay? Operating under the influence, the court can choose to accept what they have deemed the partial verdict and proceed with sentencing on the resolved charges. Okay. So meaning the judge could say, okay, well, we're going to go ahead and accept what you have reached a verdict on, which from what we are alleging, from what we heard yesterday, it sounds like it might have been a not guilty, correct? And she can do that. Or she can instruct them to continue deliberating. Or a mistrial may be declared for the unresolved issues, potentially leading to a retrial. Now, on Court TV yesterday, they said, though, if they do that mistrial for the unresolved issues, she goes back with all the charges. So very interesting. So I hope that helps. I'm going to read something else. Hold on one second. Oh, that's too much for me. That's a whole big document, my friends. 102 pages. Let me find something else. Okay, here's a legal term for you. Partial verdict is used here to refer to the situation in which the jury, after some deliberation, returns a verdict as to only some of the counts prior to the remaining matters before it. In the federal system, partial verdicts are permitted by rule. A jury is entitled to report partial verdicts as to less than all defendants or less than all the counts. Such verdicts are also permitted now in state jurisdictions such as New York and California. Partial verdicts. I don't know if she will accept a partial or send them back or sentence on the partial. So a partial verdict has to be when the judge permits the jury to return fewer verdicts on fewer than all of the accounts. In a criminal case, it occurs when the judge or jury finds the defendant guilty on or not guilty on some but not all of the charges. Bliss, I'm thinking the judge may not, because I think she's going to send them back, which is interesting because she could go ahead and accept it and sentence based on where they're at. But that would be a NG. Hi, Brandy and Indy. That would be an NG, in my opinion, for the homicide and the manslaughter and all that, right? So I don't know if they would do that. It depends, you know, the motivation behind. I hate to say it. I guess my guess is it wraps up today too, Mark. But I hate to say it, but the motivation of the judge, you know. I don't want to say, I mean, I'm not going to, I don't want to, you know what I'm saying, y'all. Yeah, I wish we would know something, right? And in about 3 hours and 10 minutes, Brian Kobergers is coming in too, to see if that trial's going to be delayed. So if we're just watching a ceiling fan, I'll flip over to there too, and I'll create a studio to go in there too, and we can watch it, and I'll keep us posted on both if I can do so. I'm hoping we have a verdict before BK starts today, but that's 3 hours, so I don't know. So how many of you are thinking, I mean, we see the support of pink outside the courthouse. How many of you are thinking she's guilty? Put a G if you feel comfortable. And we always accept everyone's opinions here. We don't attack each other. A G if you think guilty, and NG if you think she's not guilty. Not what the jury's going to come back with, what you think. Guilty, not guilty. What you think she should be found. If you were in that jury, what would you be voting today? Not guilty or guilty? Not guilty? Okay. And I think, like I said, Sebastian's case has me a little hardened. Not guilty. Okay. We got 2 not guilties in. Sebastian's case has me a little bit hardened, where I do believe there could be police corruption in the Karen Reed trial. And I know that's terrible because you go in impartial, right? But not so much impartial, but aware, right? Looking that is a possibility. Not guilty. Yeah, that truth for us, that's such a great statement. Think about it. NG for Karen wins, the town wins for corruption in the town. If there is corruption, yes, and I, you know how I feel. But I feel that this has hardened me a lot. I believe it. I believe it's possible because we're in a case where we believe it's happening. Our opinion. Hi, great grandma too. So, and I think it will be a great verdict if this verdict comes out of corruption. I believe that will open the eyes to many people in their towns, or it should, because this is a huge case, friends. Okay, there's so many people watching this, right? And so hopefully, if there is corruption and that's revealed, right? Which we think we all have our opinions, that will open the eyes to people in their own towns with their own law enforcement. That's what I think I hope happens if that's the outcome. I hope people like in Sumner County realize they're not the only ones, or if I'm alleging, by the way, or Hawkins County, I'm alleging, where Summer's from. Oh, Jason Landry. Yes, he driving home from college and they left his clothes all over the road. Oh, bliss. Yes, I remember that case. They haven't found Jason yet, have they? That was around when Daniel Robinson, all those college boys were going missing. We had about 3 or 4 of them. Yes. I remember that. Yes. And the father drove out there, bliss, in the middle of the night and still saw his son's clothes all over the road. The police officers were in bed and hadn't even picked up the clothing off the road. Y'all, this is true. This young man, it's in Texas. He leaves his college dorm or apartment. He's driving home. Okay. He never makes it home. His car is found. Law enforcement calls the parents in the middle of the night and says, are you the owners of this car? Yes, that's our son. Well, we found it here. The dad wakes up. If I'm not mistaken, the dad's a pastor, but I haven't looked at that case in several years. Dad wakes up, dad drives down there in this deserted little road where they found his car, and the dad sees no police officers. He's calling, they're in bed. The ones who were at the scene are in bed, and the dad's out there in the dark of night picking up his son's clothing that was left all over the the street. Yes, his dad is a preacher. Okay, I thought so. Okay, I do remember this case. That case has always bothered me. And I think it's, when you have college kids, and mine was in college at the time, and it's just terrible. You worry. I agree. When they're in bed, bliss, when they are in bed by the time a father gets to the scene of the crime and they haven't even taken any of his things off the street, yes, I agree. That's another sheriff's department that needs some looking into. So you all know, Tennessee does have an internal affairs. It's just named the Office of Professional Responsibility. And I did send it to Tony to give to Seth, because only Seth or Katie could file a complaint against the sheriff through that. It's a portal. I've sent it. I forwarded it to Tony to give to Seth, because only Seth can, and then they will do an investigation. But he can file a complaint against the sheriff there. And I sent that information, and I think the man who's in charge, his last name is Riggs, Riggs, but you cannot do it unless you are the person who is immediately affected. So you can't have all of us going and reporting it to the Office of Professional Responsibility. It has to be those who are directly involved. But I did pass that information on. So that is their internal affairs. They just call it Office of Professional Responsibility. So there is the same thing. Magic Star, they hadn't processed anything. They didn't even take his boxer shorts off the street. Even his little socks, because he wore the cute socks. I buy them for my son all the time. They're cute little socks with things on them, like hot tamales or, whatever it is. He loved to wear those kind of socks, and his the sock was there on the street, so he showed up to all of his things, on his son's things, on the street. Bliss says there's a great Facebook page for him that is keeping his name out there. My daughter drove that route home from college the night before that. Oh my gosh, Bliss, that hits my mama heart in a big way. I can only imagine. Yes. Yeah, it's Jason Landry. I should get in there and cover some of Jason's story too. So there's so many, aren't there? Yeah, that one really, really upset me. They thought there might be some nefarious behavior through a town he went through. He stopped at a light, remember? And then, so there was just some weird things that they thought may have happened to him. Oh my gosh. And then she transferred to where Harris was. Oh my. She finished there with her bachelor's and MBA. Good for her. Completely shatters our hearts. Oh my gosh. So that's 2 boys. So Landry's the day after she drives home, same route, and then she transfers to where Caleb Harris was. Oh my goodness, Bliss. That is something. Yes, there is so much going on in this world that is so ungodly. My brother has a great statement about the virtues, our virtues, and I don't want to butcher it, but I'll ask him his comment. It's just such a great thing about how our virtues have changed and things. What have you guys been watching on TV? Anything good? Anything good? I know I just watched something good that I was going to tell y'all, and for some reason I'm blanking on it. Oh my goodness. I watched, and I hate to recommend it to you all because it's a lot of cussing, nudity. But if you can get past it, Animal Kingdom on Netflix about a crime family is really good. You're about 50 miles from Jason Landry's parents, Bliss? Bliss, I used to live out there in Texas. I used to live out there in Texas at the beach, my friend. I had several beachfront Airbnbs, and I lived out there for a while. Loved it. I love island life. Oh, something light and not depressing. Wait a minute. I know. Let me tell you. Let me pull up my Netflix because I just watched a light one, but Ransom Canyon is really cute on Netflix. I'm pulling my Netflix up right now. Ransom Canyon's very cute. I highly recommend that one. Bliss, and it's a fun feel. Let me see what else I've watched. I know I watched some more. Oh, Ginny in Georgia. That's what I watched. Yes, Ransom Canyon was so good, Magic Star. When I finished it, I went right back to watch that scene where they're all dancing in the bar. I thought that's just so cute. A Family Like Ours. Oh, is that good, Magic Star? I just saw that one pop up. Yeah. Bliss, Ransom Canyon's a good light one. Ginny in Georgia is really cute. The 3rd season, I think, just came out. Super cute. Another light one, Resident Alien. I never watch alien shows. Ever, 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 ever. But I love Resident Alien. And I recommended it. My little brother and I got in over Halloween into these alien scary movies because that's what we do together, is scary movies. And we laughed so hard because we were watching Aliens, which is never us. But I ended up watching Resident Alien after he left and just loved it. And now his wife watched it the other day. You're 2 hours from Galveston? Very cool. Okay. Yeah, Ginny and George is a great one. It's a lot of fun. Oh, Living Scriptures. No, I do have a channel where I get a lot of the I like to read Christian fiction because it's really uplifting to me. And so I do like to watch some of that when I see it on television as well. My brother has a channel loaded onto my TV, Whispering, where it's faith-based shows. Sirens is another one, Bliss, that I recently watched. Sirens. That was good. Nona's, where the guy's grandma, and he's famous. I can't think of his name, the curly-headed guy. His grandma passes away, so he starts a restaurant with all grandmas cooking recipes, Italian recipes. And he calls it Nona's. So cute. That's a cute one too. Now, this is not a light one, and I watched it yesterday. Straw. Oh my goodness. Straw was one, the last straw is really what it means. A woman who, my goodness, had just quite the day. Had quite the day. She starts her day, gets evicted, can't get her check cashed. Her daughter needs her lunch money because the teacher's making fun of her that she has to have the special lunch. I mean, it's one thing after another. Her daughter had fallen in the bathtub, so her child gets taken away all in one day. And all she was trying to do was get her check cashed and $40 to her daughter. So that's not light bliss, but that was something else. That's the story. I watch Found. If you have Peacock, Found, Found, it's about an agency that looks for missing children. And all of the people who work in the agency were people who had been kidnapped. I think one of them was a prisoner of war, but all the others are kidnap victims. And that's called Found. And the lady who's the star was in Shameless. She's great. I don't know how to pronounce her name. I love faith-based too, and I don't have that channel Whispering, but I do have one. And I really enjoy reading those too. If you've seen another one is about that singer, I Believe. That's a really uplifting faith-based movie, I Believe. It's about the country singer whose wife passes away. That is a great one, and that's on Netflix. And I don't have anything to watch right now either. So I don't know what to watch right now. I think it was I Believe. Let me see which movie. Let me check it. I Still Believe. Yeah, that's the one. Jeremy Camp, his story. Jeremy Camp. And it's called I Still Believe. He's a country Christian. He's really a Christian singer. And at a young age, his wife passes away. Outlander, Magic Star, I started that a while ago. I hadn't finished it. I heard Blind Spot's really good. Yes, I've heard that's really good. Oh my goodness. I'm actually supposed to I'm going to the movies this evening. I forgot about that. To see I Like Chuck. It's one of Stephen King's movies, but it's not a thriller. Or Life with Chuck, is that what it is? Let me look it up. I'm going to go see that with a friend today. Yeah, Life with Chuck. You experience the wonder of love, the heartbreak of loss, and the multitudes contained in all of us. The Life of Chuck. And it is by, I swear, Stephen King. Let me look at all of it. But I believe they said it was a Stephen King movie, but it's not anything that is scary. So I'm going to go see that today. As long as the BK trial is done in time. Yes, Life with Chuck. So it says this was first published in Stephen King's 2020 collection called If It Bleeds. Oh, it's one of those that goes in reverse chronological order. I sometimes get mixed with those. It'll be cute. It looks very uplifting. It says the story is set against the backdrop of a crumbling world experiencing an apocalypse. Uh-oh. If It Bleeds. Interesting. So I'm going to go see that today if I get done here with Koberger in time. Or the verdict, right? Well, the verdict will finish in time because I'm 3 hours behind them. So yes. Anything else you guys recommend for you going for the popcorn? Yeah. Oh, you still need to take your granddaughter out for her first theater experience. Oh, fun. Do you know what you're going to do? Which one you're going to see? Trying to think what else I've watched. That Grosse Pointe something garden club. That's cute. Very cute. That's super cute. That's about I did see The Shack. That was the one Whispering Winds that I was going to recommend. Yes, that was the one when I was going to say if you guys saw. The Shack is great. Absolutely wonderful. Yes. Very great. Have you ever read Whispering the Prayer of Jabez? It's a little tiny book about one little line in the Bible. A life-changing prayer. Highly recommended. It's a very short read called The Prayer of Jabez, Jabez. Yeah, The Shack is amazing. Do you guys remember Kirk Cameron from Family Tie, or was it Family Ties? The little heartthrob from when I was younger, Kirk Cameron. Well, he is very much into Christian movies. And the girl who played his wife in the show, or his girlfriend, is his wife, and they are very strong Christians. No, I didn't. I did not. Whispering Winds. What's it titled? Oh, Fireproof was, yes, Fireproof. Thank you. I loved that movie. Wasn't there a 1 and 2 to it? Wasn't there a part 2 to Fireproof? Let me look that up. I loved that. I recommended that to all my brothers, and they had already seen it. Let me see. Did any of you do, Women's Warrior? I'm glad you brought that up. There's one, I'm always hesitant to watch Ruby Frankie's documentary. Excuse me, I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. Back. The reason being is it's so hard to watch what she did. But yes, I've seen the footage and stuff, but there is a new documentary out about like the two sides of Ruby or something like that. Is it good? Is it real graphic? Before I get back to that one, those of you who were talking about Fireproof, have you read the book, The Love Dare? That's where I believe that's derived from. The Love Dare is a book that will change your world, in my opinion. It's a great book. It's a great way to improve relationships. I mean, obviously your romantic relationships, but really it helps you interact with people in general. It's called The Love Dare. You take a questionnaire. Oh, The Sound of Freedom was amazing. Woman's Warrior, it was such a good show. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm going to actually rewatch that again. Do you know, you all, I have had someone who claims that they watch our channel, and they had reached out to one of my sources at one point and said, I would love to talk to Crime Time Buzz. And he is apparently a traffic victim. He had been trafficked and he got out. And he claims it was from one of those, like a church school kind of thing. But he's a writer, and I'm thinking of reaching out to him. I've been trying to get him vetted, and I can see he's an author, and I can see all of that. I'm talking about the story, the trafficking story, and I'm actually thinking of reaching out to him. I really am, and I want to talk to him about it. But the reason I thought about The Sound of Freedom is he does work with. There's some connection he has to the Sound of Freedom book, whether he helped ghostwrite it or what, but there's some connection there. And so just kind of a little fun fact, he does watch our channel and he does want to talk to me about his story. I'm just trying to vet him, fully. So. Oh, Gabby's broke my heart. Yes. I couldn't watch some of the others that were put out because they were too soon for Gabby. They came out so soon. It was too raw for me. But when this last one was put out with the parents' approval, the families, I watched it. And I watched it and it was just beautifully done. Things I didn't know. She was leaving Brian. We got a little more insight to what at the hotel, her conversations with her ex-boyfriend. So that was the family going out to where she was found. Y'all, it's very touching. Sound of Freedom was very hard to watch, Women's Warrior. It took me a while to want to watch it. My brothers all went and saw it at the theater, but I did not. I couldn't. And I watched it at home. And I don't recall Woman's Warrior if I got through it in one sitting, but I will tell you when I finished it, I wanted to watch it again. Because of the content, I wanted to watch that and see. There's so much about it that I don't understand, Gabby Petition. Gabby Petito, yes, we're talking about Gabby. I love that they're loving and kind with each other. My dad had a rule in our family. You're married and you have children, but if you choose to divorce, please understand that other person will be at our table for holidays and everything because they are a part of our family and your child's world. So get used to it. That's what my dad would say. And he did it. I mean, that's how it went. If anyone got divorced, the family, they were still welcome at the holidays and vacations and all that. Woman's Warrior, it's been a few years since I've seen it, and it took me a little build up too. Yes, Gabby's family is really a testament to putting things aside when you have trauma and trouble, right? And remembering, that little loved one that you created together is what it's about, not about your personalities and your feelings for each other. Whispering Wind said, my brother divorced and we had his ex-wife at all of our family functions. Absolutely. My favorite, I shouldn't say that because if I have family listening, one of my favorite sister-in-laws is no longer married to my brother, but very much a part of our family. Very much a part of our family. Yeah, none of our people anyone who's divorced in our family, the people been, if they had children with us or whatever, they're still part of our families. And that was just my dad's thing, too bad. Get over it. It's Christmas dinner kind of stuff. You told your brother-in-law if he ever divorced your sister, you wanted him in the divorce. That's cute. The FBI building closed down. Okay, hold on. I'm going to go do a little Google here. Sorry, y'all. I was talking to you. Yes, it's not a safe location, the Edgar Hoover building. So, and there is not one location they are dispersing to. Okay, so very interesting. Yep, I like to read up for you all. So that's interesting too. We have a lot going on in our world right now. And no, I wanted to hear, what's the name of Trevor Lee's book? You would love to speak to whose daddy? Whispering or Women's Warrior? Mm-hmm. Yes, and Woman's Warrior, I emailed you because you had asked me about discussing some things on a case regarding that, and I had not gotten back to you. And I want to apologize to you for that. And I responded to you and kind of brought it up a little bit, and I apologize. If you want to do that, we can certainly do that. The best story ever told will be Washington, D.C., and why FBI Congress shut down all parking spaces empty for a turnover that took place. The darkness didn't win. Oh, thank you. Oh, my goodness. Oh, it's not T-Rev. We all have YouTube brains. Okay, Whispering, thank you for telling us that. That is so funny. We got street brain. Okay, how I survive sex. Oh, thank you for sharing that. Thank you, thank you. Okay, y'all, I know what I want to talk to you about while we're waiting. So CrimeCon's coming up in Denver this year. And you know I'm moving soon, so it's not going to be a year for me. But next year, my friend that we taught together 17 years ago, whatever, she and I are thinking about, we actually are going to go to CrimeCon 2026. So we are waiting for the announcement at CrimeCon 2025 in Denver to find out where CrimeCon 2026 is. We already have the dates, May 29th to May 31st, but they won't release the location until this CrimeCon. They release it at this CrimeCon. So we are going to be at CrimeCon 2026, unless it's in somewhere, I hate to say it, I don't want to be rude. Okay. We want to go if it's in a really cool city. Okay. And I looked it up historically. The first one was in Indianapolis. Okay, Women's Wear. And I am going to email you about that because there's the piece you connected. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it because I think it's an important piece, an important perspective, and you are amazing. But thank you. We will work on it. I'd love to see it when you're done. Yes. Thank you for working on so many things that benefit us. And I know I was going to tell y'all something. Let me stretch. I just lost my train of thought. I was going to tell y'all something. Oh, we were talking about CrimeCon. So historically, the first one was in Indianapolis. Do I have any Indiana people in here right now? Okay. That's where the first one was. And so, but then since then, it's been in Orlando, Austin, Vegas, Nashville, Denver, things like that. So we're just waiting to see where it is. She's hoping it's in, oh, you know who's at CrimeCon this year? Remember when we were watching the Daybell Vallow trial? Detective Hermosillo? He was in both of them, and Charles is. He's going to be speaking at CrimeCon this year. CrimeCon, Whispering Winds, that's a great question. CrimeCon has like a creators row where creators can put out booths. They have workshops where, like, for instance, last year, John Benet Ramsey's dad was there talking. They have workshops of people like you might see Vinny or Nancy Grace and all these different people. Then also like the Petitos will probably be there. They have foundations. Families of victims will be there. There's lots of workshops. There's lots of sessions. Just various different things. People talking all throughout, like there'll be a forensics and DNA and, people that we see on the shows who are our experts are there. It's like a crime convention, true crime convention. Let's put it that way. You know how you see people go to Comic-Con where they dress up and all that? Well, this is for crime. This is for people with true crime interest, and it's everything true crime. So we are thinking of going, we are going, not this year, next year. So looking very forward to it. You can get a basic badge, a gold badge, or a platinum. And, some will get you into like book signings for free or VIP to meet and greet, VIP meet and greets. So Oh, bye, Magic Star. Just pop in. We'll be here. It probably will be a long day. I'm gonna also open the studio for Koberger in a little bit. We'll go live for Koberger too, if they stream it, which the judge is pretty good about streaming it. Not guilty. Okay, I'm seeing most of you coming in with not guilty. I don't think I've seen any guilties yet, have I? I mean, looking. Yeah, I think I'm mainly seeing new laws coming out July 1st in Tennessee for cyberbullying caused mass violence and doxing per news last night. Oh, thank you, Brandy. Wow, appreciate that. Yeah, lots of not guilties here. Okay. I don't see any guilties in our chat right now. What are you all thinking? They have yes, they do. They have a UK crime con I would love to do. The US one and us could do the UK in a couple of years to save up, or we could do like an exchange, like a US person stay with a safe UK person and vice versa. Yeah, that would be fun. They usually have a resort, like a convention hotel where all the events are happening and you can stay. But yeah, I would love, that's why I was giving you guys a little notice, not this one in September, but May 29th of 2026. If it's in a decent location, I shall be there with my friend. And 2027, I'm trying to get my little brother to go with me. So it is going to be a long day. If you need to come and go, come and go. I am, like I said, I will get a studio open for Koberger in case they stream that, and we can be watching them both. Get matching shirts. We can wear Crime Time Buzz merch shirts. Yeah, we could have we could make a cute Crime Con shirt for all of us, right? I don't know if any of you were in sororities or clubs, and every event you had like a little date, and what you did and gave it a name. We could do that. 2026 Crime Con, we could have like our Crime Time Buzz shirts and our mod shirts and our, whatever shirts. Speaking of which, you all, I'm going to start trying to save for one of those little Cricut machines so I can be making some merch that is cheaper for you all, if that makes sense. And doesn't ship. My merch ships at the end of campaigns. So by the way, if you were one of the 2 people who won shirts, even though it sent me, it's shipping. I apologize. It's shipping at the end of the campaign. So that's what it's waiting for, is the campaign to end, and then it'll ship all orders. Absolutely, Woman's Warrior. Yes, we would have our own little meet and greet. Absolutely. That would be a great thing. That's why I'm telling you all a year in advance of where we'll be for CrimeCon. And we would do a Crime Time Buzz dinner. Absolutely. If some of my peeps come, we will do that. And you can hang out with us. I mean, I'm just going with a friend because she loves true crime. She's actually much, much younger than I am. When you're a teacher, you have friends of every age because everyone who teaches is of different ages. She's much younger than I am. She's a millennial. So she gets all our travel deals. She's very good at it. She might even be in here today, just in the bushes. Actually, I'll text her. But yeah, I wanted you all to know that. Yes, Woman's Warrior, when you get ready to watch it, let me know, because I'll watch it again too. Because I do want to watch it again too. Yeah, I have friends of all ages too. Actually, the lady that I'm going to a movie with tonight, she's 10 years older than I am. Her husband died a couple of years ago, so I always make sure I see her and spend time with her once a week. She's my big outing for the week, y'all. I swear I was so social before COVID, and at COVID we were social because I have a big family and stuff, and a church group that we didn't isolate from each other because we had been around each other the whole time. No, whispering, I do not. I do not, my friend. Well, technically I do, but I don't. Let's put it that way. Separated. How about that? So, but yeah, that would be a lot of fun to go out and meet out at CrimeCon. So I am on the edge of my seat, waiting to see, because they'll announce it at this upcoming CrimeCon where the next one will be. And then what we need to do, hi, Patty. Guilty. Okay, there's our guilty coming in. Good. Stay with us. You're giving us balance. We love it when we disagree in here. We learn from it. So yeah, CrimeCon 2026. Start saving your pennies. Like I said, one of the badges is, I think when I looked at last year's, your basic entry is $350 if they keep around the same prices. Platinum's $1,050, and then there's one in the middle for gold, which is probably what I would go for so I could get into the exclusive. But the platinum is like you get a concierge for the weekend. I don't need a concierge for the weekend, that kind of stuff. But we'd see a lot of fun people there, and we'd get to meet. Hi, Patty. We're talking about CrimeCon, not this year's, but the following year's, meeting up at whoever can get there. And you know what, y'all, it might be in your city. You don't know. It might be it might be in my city. But we talked about this last night. Since it's in May, they've also had it in Vegas. Since it's in May, end of May, it probably wouldn't be in Scottsdale or Phoenix. It does not include your room Whispering Winds. Then you need to get accommodations as well and flights. I think if you get the gold pass, it includes your breakfast in the mornings. Yeah, it's pricey. We're calling it my birthday trip. So my birthday is June 30th, or end of June, so we're calling it my birthday trip for that year. So no, I've got to start saving too, because I've got a move coming up, but I definitely want to go do that. So just bringing it out there for all of us. We'll talk about it. It'll be fun. Oh, Town Chat, hey. Saw my comment time stamped at 9:56. In here today? Hold on, sweetie, I'm looking. Good to see you, Town Chat. I hadn't seen you. Hold on, my friend. Oh, goodness. 9:56, Town Chat. I'm trying, Town Chat. Is it something you can drop again? I apologize. I missed your comment. Hello. If I have not said hi, Karma's mom, if I have not greeted you personally, please forgive me. I apologize. We just got to chatting about different things. Hi, Beth. Well, Beth's mowing her lawn. That's right. Beth, I saw you called last night. I will get back to you. Okay, Town Chat, I don't think I see it. I'm going. Let's see here. Town Chat. It's good to see Julia T in here. I usually see Julia when we talk about Michael Vaughn. Town Chat, I don't think I see it. If you can just put it in again, my friend? I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't see it, Town Chat. I apologize. Oh, here we go. Oh, thank you, Town Chat. I see it now. Hi, Jay. Sorry I'm late. I was working on something else. I just sent you an email about that blue gift bag. Not sure if Seth is still interested in that or not, but I sent you an email about that, though. Thank you, Town Chat. Appreciate it. Thank you, Whispering Winds. You all are amazing. Thank you for reposting. Appreciate you. I'm going to mute for a second, use the restroom, and get another cup of coffee. Hey, Mini Panthers, how you doing? Good to see you. We are on Verdict Watch. Who's been in the hospital? Oh, no, Woman's Warrior. No, I emailed her and have not gotten a response from her. Oh, no. Does she have, I know she's waiting for a transplant. Does she have a donor? Oh, goodness. I don't know, Woman's Warrior. That I know that their chief of police has submitted it to him more than once, and I believe they flew out to where Brandon was and gave him a certain amount of time to show where Monkey's remains were, and I think they were doing that because of the expediting it because of Brandy's health. Dear goodness. We have already sent. Yes, we have sent. We in a members live did that, but we can do it again. Whispering Winds, where's the meal train thing? Is it on her YouTube channel? When did you send that, Mini Panthers? Teach, did you get this 2 videos I sent you off the monkeys and manatee? When did you send that, my friend? If you sent it in the last 24 hours, no, I did not. I started going through and cleaning up my emails and trying to, I'm going to start, yeah, why don't we do that again for them? Raise some more money for them. We'll do that. Monday, what's today? Wednesday? I'll check. I don't recall it, no, but I will check, Minnie. It's good to see you. It's funny, we have Whispering Winds, Woman's Warrior, Mini Panthers, and Town Jack Cafe. You all have such long names, but I love them all. They're amazing. Okay, let's see. I do not know. I'm about to check on that right now about Brandy. I'm gonna go do a little checking. So I'll be right back. You all chat amongst yourselves. Hey, Castle, how are you? Guys, I'm not seeing anything right now, but I will keep you updated if I hear anything. I know, Woman's Warrior. I know. Well, Woman's Warrior, let me give you the name if you want the DA for Fruitland. I can do that for you. Isn't it Payette County? I'll give you guys that right now. There you go, you all. I just posted it. Here is the DA if you want to write for Fruitland, Idaho, Michael Vaughn case. Oh, sorry, that's the prosecutor. Hold on one second. Let me. So that is there an email for them, please? Let me check, my friend. Hold on. He does not have an email down, my friend. Hi, Christina. Hi, the real me too. Good to see you. We are on verdict watch for Karen Reed. We are probably going to also, I'll open a studio for Brian Kohlberger's pretrial hearing today to discuss if there will be a delay in the trial. So we are just waiting until then. We're going to stay with the verdict watch, but I'll just open another studio if it's possible. I've never done that before. Running two at once, and we'll watch Kohlberger while we're waiting. Hi, Laura. Good to see you. You have to eat more carbs? Is that how you bring it down? The real me too, there's only a 5-minute delay on verdicts, I believe. At least that's what it was here in Arizona for Velo. Daybell. You're not eating enough. Whispering Winds, you need to eat. But yeah, I'm going to mute for a second and eat my breakfast burrito. Hi, Mally Cat. Good to see you. Be careful on that Ozempic. I just heard that it affects your bones. There was a celebrity who fell and they almost had to have their leg amputated. And they said it was because he was on Ozempic and it made his bones brittle or something. So be careful. My brother lost a tremendous amount of weight on Ozempic. He looks fabulous. We have a lot of creative people in here. We really do. Is anyone reading any books right now? Town chat. I sent you a email asking for clarification on something. I am currently listening to, I say listening because I feel like I read on the run all the time. Hi, Brianna's World. Good to see you. I am currently listening to Kill a Mockingbird. Oh, Whispering, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. Ooh, The Institute by Stephen King. Was it scary? Oh, Town Chat, you sound like me. I have been having so much trouble sleeping lately. I'm like walking the floors. Christina, I'll check right now. When did you send it? Okay, I see Town Chats. Women's Warrior. Christina, got it. Oh, I did see this. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Dozens of children are now in protective custody after deputies rescued them from a church camp in Iowa, according to officials. 88 children rescued from summer church camp. after reports of child A.
Better
Ooh,
internet than
my goodness. Child A and endangerment. Dozens of children are now in protective custody after deputies rescued them from a church camp in Iowa. On Monday, the Louisa County Sheriff's Office said 88 children are now in protective custody after deputies conducted a child safety operation on Thursday and Friday. The Sheriff's Office said the operation took place after reports of child abuse and endangerment at the camp. The alleged abuse happened at the, write this down because this is where we get to where we start tracking the trails. Shekinah Glory Camp in Columbus Junction, Iowa. I'm going to spell it for you. Shekinah. Shekinah Glory Camp in Columbus Junction, Iowa. So now for those of you who are helping look at schools, if you look up that school and you start searching, we will find, you can find other organizations attached to it or other schools. The camp is run by the Kingdom Ministry of Rehab and Recreation. You'll want to write that down. Kingdom Ministry of Rehab and Recreation. The 88 children were shuttled away from the camp and taken to Wapello Methodist Church to meet with child protection workers, according to deputies. Deputies said the children have been placed in temporary foster care until they can be safely reunited with their parents or guardians. The investigation is ongoing, and further information was not yet released. According to their website, the Kingdom Ministry of Rehab and Recreation was founded in 2018 and was running a summer camp June 8th through the 29th. The Kingdom of Ministry of Rehab and Recreation website says its mission is assisting individuals in breaking free from addiction through God's word, offering food and shelter to those in need, and supporting individuals during fasting and prayer. Scary. Very scary. You all, wow. Okay, so, sorry, I clicked off of it. It's just another proof, you all, that these places, they label themselves a church camp or a church school or a school for troubled teens, a residential program to assist teens in behavior modification, all of that, you all. And it's abuse. Not everyone, but we're finding it's a pattern. Look at Bledsoe, where Sebastian's mother was going to send him. Thank God Sebastian had Seth, or he'd be in that school being humiliated, abused. It just makes me sick. Lots of these schools out there. But, oh, they're still, Yes, they are. Yes, this is going on, my friend. This is going on. And these parents send them thinking it's this Christian, wholesome, uplifting environment. And in many of the environments, they're shaming and physically, how do I say it? Physically harming it out of them. I have some friends that actually live in Texas, Bliss. I have some friends who had a son, an adult son, who disappeared for a few years. And he was very much they were Catholic, very strong Catholic boy. And he was going through some times and suddenly he just disappeared. He disappeared and they were searching for him. I believe they hired a private eye. I can't recall. But anyway, somehow they made contact with him, or they found out where he was. And he had joined a religious sect that was a cult they had him, he did contact home. That's what it was, because he wanted to clear out all of his bank accounts, because that's what you had to do, is give them your money. And one of them, the parents said no, they were on one of the accounts, right? And so they ended up taking his things, because he also was supposed to sell all of his items. They put it in storage, and they wouldn't release that one bank account. And so actually they ended up getting him out of there. And I remember that was quite a journey into integrating him back, right? It was a journey for that family, for all of us, just to be around him, and give him that conditional, he felt so embarrassed, and, but it happens. But yeah, his family didn't know where he was. His bank accounts were drained except for the one that they were on too. He wanted his car, all this stuff. They would not give it to him, because they knew they wanted it for him if he came out. And they were praying him out of there, and he came out of it. So really, you were on what, 5 months with Spring? Oh, gotcha. Yes, Bliss. It was really interesting, and no one knew. We knew, because we were very close to the family. But he took a lot of tender, loving care after that. Just making sure we included him, we lifted him up, and even though he wasn't he coming out at an age where he would have been married and probably started a family, and he was feeling a little low, but he had a beautiful, wonderful family, and there's ways to get them out, right? But these schools really scare me. I was telling you all, I was on the phone with one of my sources, and we were looking through these schools, and there was a review, and it was quite old, and it said, and I've told you all this, it said, "We keep hearing those kids screaming in the middle of the night for help from inside that building." And I thought, who the heck writes a review but doesn't call the cops, right? But if you start looking up those schools, read the reviews. I was shocked. My mouth hit the floor that I read that. That wasn't even from a student in there complaining after they got out, or a family. That was from neighbors hearing it. And actually, the person I was telling you about, who watches our channel and wants to talk to me because he was a victim of trafficking, alleged, I'm still vetting him. He said that apparently, I heard this secondhand from him because I haven't spoken to him personally yet, but in a church in Gallatin, they have where they can hear the kids screaming from the top of their lungs. And they oftentimes have them, in the church building, they can hear them screaming. These schools are not places of happiness, in my opinion. And that really hurts me, because do you know how hard it is for most parents to release their child to a residential program in the care of someone else? That would be so hard for me to do. And to come to terms with that, and then to find out you've given your loved one to some, to reside with them, and they're doing that. Oh my gosh. Yes, I was hacked this last week. So, yeah, that's where I've been. Just kind of taking care of that. Wow. Okay, accounts of you heard about the latest scam. A newlywed young man received a call from what he thought was his bank and said that his account was compromised, so that he had to move his money to another account. He moved it and lost 32,000 of his life savings. Oh my goodness. Wow. And that's interesting because I did receive a text and I thought that I didn't open it even. And it said something about we're waiting for you to do something. And it was like my bank. And I just said, I know my bank doesn't do that. So I didn't open it, but that poor kid. Yes, y'all, that's what I've been dealing with. So yes, the real me. The school KP wanted to send Sebastian to had 5 deaths there. And that, thank God, Seth wouldn't allow it. Because you know what that really upsets me is, and I've talked to you about it, the carelessness of KP. You do not have a right to be careless with your children's lives. And I feel like when you put him in a situation in an apartment with an adult child who essays him, then you put him at a funeral, you leave him in a home with a tier 3 RSO, but you think it's okay, allegedly, because another grandmother's there, to the point where the biological father has to do a well check. Now we have you choosing a residential program that you don't even research, or if you researched, you didn't give 2 rats what, that there was abuse and humiliation going on there. I find it shocking that would be what she would recommend to Seth. And then when Seth found programs that actually matched what Sebastian needed for his trauma and his ABA and his daily skills and stuff like that, they said it was too expensive. So how were they getting into Bledsoe? That whole situation, you all, there's a piece there we're missing. Oh, hold on, it's my dog groomer. 1 second. Sorry, y'all. They changed my appointment. I have 2 dogs. I got one groomed last week, and then another was supposed to go in a couple hours, but they changed it to tomorrow morning. Boy, so the jury, tick-tock, right? They've already been in there for 2 hours and 40 minutes. So that's the thing, Women's Warriors. I think it was Freedom's Church, in my opinion, who helped recommend a school for the B socks, you know, and P foots. But what parent doesn't? Well, I guess if you're careless, you may not. But all it took was one Google, and it showed how horrible that is. Actually, out of state, who places kids in Bledsoe will not use Tennessee anymore because of Bledsoe. And another thing I found interesting is other states who have kids who become, you know, wards of their state, if they need a program, they'll send them out of state. So I found that interesting, but they sure as heck won't send them to, but again, Bledsoe. It doesn't take much to realize that that was a place that wasn't positive. One Google. And if you're going to send your child somewhere to reside, wouldn't you take the time to Google once? And if you didn't, shame on you. And if you did, shame on you for still recommending the school, right? Yeah. So let me tell you this. I just think that the church was giving a scholarship. I'm biting my tongue. This is alleged. I think the church was giving a scholarship. I think through the church, the money goes. Oh, I see someone else putting it. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Hi, Christina. We'll see you in a bit. The verdict, I think, honestly, is going to be not guilty or hung. I don't think they're going to come in at guilty. What do you think, Minnie? Women's warrior. Yeah, I know. I agree. I think it's about custody of faith. Yes. Remember what they did to Nina? That was about custody of faith. She wanted her granddaughter, in my opinion. Wouldn't babysit the step grands, just like wouldn't take step grand Sebastian to Disney, but wanted faith, in my opinion. And remember, like we talked about, the moving pieces that made that happen with Faith. You had Big D and Kathy B flying out to plan with CP. The neighbors told Nina, watch out, they're planning. Think about that movement. You have members moving to go make a plan. Okay, then the plan went into action. Okay, just take her. You know, it'll be hard to drive with her, you know? And then, oh, we'll watch her while you're with your other one in the hospital, but we won't watch the step one. So they go to Mike and, was it Linda? Right? Lots of moving pieces of a plan there. And then Nina's at the hospital, comes back from the hospital as soon as she arrives at the home. Melissa P. allegedly tells the attorney she goes and that she's home and she gets served with papers. Nina tries to go over to the house to get her daughter. TB answers with a baseball bat and the F word and threats. Then when they go to court, Melissa P. says back over her. Okay, they chase her 80 miles per hour down the highway. That's a family who has conspired and planned. And if you look at Melissa P.'s behavior and tone towards Sebastian, I put her right in that plan, in my opinion. So if you take all those players in that plan against Nina, you can take all those players and put them into the plan against Sebastian, in my opinion. And you might add a couple, like DG. Town chat, I sent it yesterday. It was clarification on editing. Yep, the whole family. Exactly, Whispering. Exactly. Type of editing, Town Chat. So, yeah, it's just if you take that whole family and you move their role in the Nina story and you move it over to the Sebastian disappearance. They all gathered possibly at a poker party planning last minute. They were all together. Many of them were together with Sebastian for his going away party, is what I believe it was, in my opinion. How many other times did they gather for Sebastian? Just a day for Sebastian. Now, on his birthday, they did. We've seen that video, but we also heard tone of voice from step aunt-in-law, the step monster aunt, in my opinion. Okay. So yeah, that family, they conspired over Nina. And I think they just moved that plan over a little bit. It was a plan all along. CP wanted Faith. Kathy B wanted Faith. CP didn't think, probably, this is just my opinion, that with Sebastian being SA'd, he was probably worried he wouldn't get custody of Faith, right? That might be an issue of him getting custody, and he wanted him out, among other reasons. Remember, Sebastian thought he was going to get me kicked out of my own house. I believe Sebastian did get him removed from his own house. Not Sebastian, his behavior got him removed from the house. And the motive began where I'm getting him out. I can't get custody if this kid keeps calling CPS. I'm coming home. He's not going to sit in my house. Phones got canceled, shut off. Right? So I just think that the action, it was all about custody, but the final straw was him starting to be an outcrier, telling what was happening. And that's when a lot of kids do disappear, is when they start verbalizing the abuse. Yeah, I agree, Whispering Winds. I hope and pray they don't get away with this. I also think Craddock didn't realize how deep this would be and how high profile it would become. They don't know love. They thought no one would care. Exactly. And I've often said that one of their, if this was a planned by a family member, which I, in my opinion, believe it is. Oh, sure, Town Chat. I certainly will when we're done here. I agree, Brandy. I think that cutting off the phones made her think, okay, I'm either going to, this is my opinion, lose my circumstance. He means this. I have to make a choice. I don't know. Could be. But if we've heard that it happened, and I believe Nina, it's not a far cry that they do it again. It's not a far reach. We never planned it to get this big. Exactly. How would you plan anything? That statement right there, Bliss, says it all, right? We never planned it to get this big. How about saying to Seth something along the lines, and I'm paraphrasing, if you make this get any bigger, he threatened him. If this gets bigger because of you, if you want to find your kids, go to church. Freedom Church, in my opinion. I just think it's odd that the youth pastor, who's a pastor now, who used to have pictures of his youth group up all over his YouTube page, doesn't have those up anymore. He no longer has the photos of him and the pastor of Freedom, the head guy from Freedom Church. There were several pictures and videos of them together. Those are all down. He never covered Sebastian's case. A kid who went to the church, or his grandparents went to the church, whatever, never covered the case, but covers Riley Strand, covers the manhunt of the whites that went through there, all that, but doesn't cover the local boy. I just find it very odd. And I'm talking about Tyler F. He has a YouTube channel, and he's a pastor at that church. Uh-oh. Oh, I thought the fan stopped. I thought they were coming in. Oh my gosh. I've heard that too. Jay, I don't know how true it is, but I heard yesterday that Craddock was at the poker game meeting, supposedly, allegedly. Town Chat, do you know where you heard that? I've had a lot of people ask me if he was there, but I've never had verification he was there. So, hi, Beth. Yeah, that's really wild, right? Yes, Whispering Winds. What is his name? Hold on. That's what I was going to say. Thank you. That's what I've said many times, is when this was planned, in my opinion, the people who did this, who didn't think it was going to get so big, had no understanding of unconditional love. Because if they knew Seth, they would have known his unconditional love. He would never stop looking for his child. But people who do things like this don't understand that capacity to unconditionally love. So that doesn't become part of their component. That's just my thought. They weren't expecting unconditional love because they didn't know how to prepare for it, because they don't know how to possess it. They don't understand it. They don't know it. They thought he would just fizzle out like they would. But I really think that it was, they didn't realize. How do you tell a parent, don't let this get any bigger? You want it to get as big as it can, right? Yeah, the world's watching. And as a matter of fact, people have been writing letters to their senators and congressmen, and one of them sent me a response and said that their congressman or senator or representative, and it wasn't from Tennessee, said, "We are aware and watching. Thank you for sharing your story. We're aware and we're watching." So yes, the world is watching Craddock right now. You got it. So there's remember how I said network, send it to your mayor, because the mayors have a network, send it to your attorney general, because they have a network of attorney generals, send them all. They start to talk. And when we start getting responses back from congressmen and senators from other states saying, we are aware and watching, okay, that means you're making a difference. I agree. The real Me Too. Have you all seen oh, wow, I should probably show it to you. Have you all seen the information where Sebastian, I shared it with you all a year ago, about where Sebastian was at a grocery store with Chris, CP, and he was scared and started hiding behind the cash register lady area? He was afraid of CP. Have you all heard that? You wonder how Seth is doing. He's been really quiet. I'll be honest with you all. I have not been in contact with anyone in the last couple weeks, last week and a half. Remember that, Brandy? I shared that with you all. It was terrifying. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. I will tell you all this. I know that. Hi, Shirley. The verdict has not come down yet. Yeah. Yes, we are. I don't even know what he's. I will tell you this, and I can't verify it, obviously, but this is just chit chat. You know, when I can't verify something, I'm telling you I haven't verified this. Okay? I've asked for verification 3 times. A local has told me, shared with me numerous times since Seth went up there on May 25th and complained. I've had a local messaged me a few times that everything has been turned over to Hendersonville Police, but I cannot verify that. And so I'm telling you, I can't verify it. I haven't verified it. I'm not going to call Henderson and ask them. But there is a local who's been telling me it's been turned over to Hendersonville. So if any of you want to find that out, you can start poking into that. I have not verified that yet. And one would think they would let you know, because that would mean the tip line would probably change. And just so you know, if you call Sumner County, you're not getting anyone to tell you where to leave a tip for Sebastian. They don't direct you in any way. So we are saying we will not let you do what the H you like. Who do you think you are? We will hold you accountable. KPCP, SOX, and others. We are coming for you, Sebastian's Army. That's right. We're not giving up. Yes, there's going to be other cases we need to cover. Oh my gosh, what do you all think about? Yeah, well, and that's the thing. I've been sent to a voicemail, but I didn't sit and listen to whose voicemail it was, because I hung up immediately, because I wasn't going to, that was ridiculous to me. But even when you call, they don't say, it says push 1 for an officer, push 2 for the jail, push 3. Never says if you are leaving a tip for Sebastian Rogers, push 5. Nothing. Seth's birthday was yesterday. Oh, wow. Oh, poor guy. Happy birthday, Seth. Happy birthday, Seth. Bless his heart. You talk with Seth, and he works every day doing whatever he can to find his son. It was his birthday yesterday. I know. He's not giving up. And that's where they went wrong. You know, people who can't love think others will give up on love. Yes, Town Chat, but we looked it up. We looked it up when I was hearing that rumor. Not rumor, but when that person was telling me that, I looked it up, and yes, you can pass it. Let me share it with y'all. Okay, here's what it says. Let me share it with you real quick. Okay. Actually, I'm just going to read it to you, because I don't want to get off the. Oh, did I already just close out? Okay, I'm going to share this one instead, and I will read to you the answer to your question. Both a sheriff's office and a local PD have specific jurisdictional boundaries within a county, but they can and often work together. The sheriff's department handles unincorporated areas and smaller municipalities that contract with them for services. However, a sheriff's office cannot force a local police department to take over a case without the police department's agreement. Interagency cooperation typically happens through voluntary agreements and mutual respect. But I did read that they can pass it over. I sent it to someone. So yes, they can give it to the local PD. Hold on. Okay, here's some more information. And this I definitely, I put in Hendersonville. Okay. So it says transfer of jurisdiction. Now, this is specifically Sumner County and Hendersonville. Okay. Transfer of jurisdiction. While a case typically stays within the jurisdiction where the crime occurred, there are instances where cases might be transferred to the other jurisdiction. This usually happens in cases where prejudice exists in the original jurisdiction, preventing a fair trial or case. For the conveniences of parties and witnesses, intercounty transfers of probation. So let's see here. So they can. So Sumner County cannot just simply give Hendersonville a case, PD, a case that originated with Sumner County Sheriff's Office jurisdiction without justification or appropriate procedures. Interagency cooperation is commonplace, and transfers are possible under these specific circumstances. So yes, it is possible to transfer it. Yes, neighbor CC was with the Hendersonville Police Department part-time as a motorcycle cop. He had his house up for sale right around the time of Sebastian's disappearance, but took it down because of what was going on. And then he blurred his backyard on Google. Yes, he took it off because of the case. Yes, ma'am. I agree, Shirley. Shirley says, in my opinion, Craddock needs to resign or move Sebastian's case out of Sumner County. Yes, and I just watched a show where they recalled their mayor because they didn't like the way he was handling business in town. And I've guided the locals. They know how to do. They've got the petition. 15% of the voters is all the signatures they need, but their problem is going to be it goes to the county commissioners for 2/3 majority vote. And that county commission is, I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it. You had county commissioners at the command post who know darn well that there's a video, that there was a sedan, and that someone took him, that he didn't run away. And they're not speaking up. So just so you all know, yes, a county commissioner was in that command post. Their seats are coming up for election too. And they need to start being identified. So maybe we start that. But yes, they were there. They're one of the county commissioners. I mean, they were there. They said there was a sedan that pulled up. It wasn't, you didn't have to be afraid. There wasn't some random people coming in and kidnapping kids. They know. They knew flashlights got out and everything. So they are not allowed to pretend that they know nothing. And we're not going to allow them to pretend they know nothing. I don't think they expected sources to leak information to us. Obviously, they thought that they would be able to, sweep things under the carpet and no one would say anything. But guess what? There's locals who have said things. There's commissioners who have said things. There's TBI who've said things, and it's traveled to us. And when that travels to us, we are not going to let them just pretend it didn't occur. When a TBI person says within the first week, and it was less than that, but I'm being gracious, where he's not coming back from, we know they know something. When they file an Amber Alert, which is an unlawful kidnapping, we know they know he didn't run away. How do they confirm that with TBI? In my opinion, footage. Why didn't they put the description of the car down for the Amber Alert? They had it on footage. They saw it. Why didn't they give it to the public? They knew who was driving it, in my opinion. Why didn't we get a description of the person? I mean, look what we can see from those images, if they're real, that are sent to us, right? Yes, that county commissioner is not going to sit there with that information under her hat for long. I can promise you that. We are going to bring her out. If she thinks a child's life isn't important enough to open her mouth along with everyone else in Sumner County, then they can defend that. But we're not going to let them defend with silence. Yeah. The only thing Sumner County has come out with, when the flashlights were leaked, which, by the way, confirmed by people at the command post that they existed, they came out and said trash truck. When Green Hoodie was spotted standing between that car for that long, interacting with KP, they came out and said, we've cleared Green Hoodie. The minute the video in the backyard of people carrying Sebastian, in my opinion, is what we were seeing, Brandon Carter came out and said, oh my gosh, I'm sorry. We've had the last seen date wrong for 15 months and we're going to change it now. We've known all along. But that couldn't have been him in the backyard, because the last time we have any eyes on him is February 25th. I don't believe it. I believe that was another tactic to get us to believe there was no footage. You don't wait 15 months with a wrong date. Okay, and I don't think they did. I think they took one for the team by saying they made a mistake, because they were trying to get people off that video, just like off the flashlights, just like off the Green Hoodie. The three things they've come out about. But there is no way that I'm going to believe 15 months they let the wrong date and then they blamed it on TBI. So you're telling me Tennessee Bureau of Investigation let the wrong date for a child go for 15 months? That's who they blamed. That's who Brandon blamed. No, I don't believe it. It happened. Brandon came out with that email a day after that video started circulating. So it's just like the trash truck and the Green Hoodie, in my opinion. It's just a bunch of BS to get us to look away from it and think he was last seen on the 25th. But I don't buy it. That was the 26th around 3 a.m. And I believe it, because there was county commissioners and people around who said a sedan pulled up and he wasn't randomly kidnapped or randomly taken. It wasn't random. So, yes, Women's Warrior, I have that stuff all written down. And you're right. I can't send it to Internal Affairs because they'll press charges against us for sending anything against a sheriff to their Office of Professional Responsibility if we are not the ones immediately impacted and they find that it's not true. So yeah, I have it. I have my list. I've been sending it. If you all send it. Yeah, send your list of things that you know are being hidden. But when they're talking about all that at a command center and you've got a sheriff saying, we don't have any evidence, we don't know nothing, we don't have evidence of foul play, we don't, he looks like an FOOL. Exactly, Shirley. But the 15 months came out. That mistake they announced the day after, in an email was read, after the video that Nancy Grace was going to put up on her show of in the backyard, all of that, okay? That is when they said, oh gosh, guys, he wasn't seen on the 26th. The last seen date's the 25th. So that debunked in their eyes the video in the backyard, the images of two people carrying Sebastian. Okay. I'm telling you, would they be asking for audio? Would they be asking for audio if none of that occurred in the backyard? Just don't lick the stamp. Yeah, how must Seth feel? Well, we saw how Seth felt, and I was so proud of him for getting on there on TV. Now the locals heard it. They heard that their sheriff says he doesn't care about what his constituents think or his people think. Now, if the locals want to re-elect someone who doesn't care about them, then that's on them, and you got bigger problems in Sumner County. It's called self-respect of who you cast your vote for. You don't let someone take a paycheck and not protect your county. Yeah, he wouldn't be asking for the audio. Brandon Carter asked me for my audio. Brandon Carter would not have been asking me for my audio if it was all just a big old, oh, look at all these people just making things up. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. There should never be a mistake when a child is missing. That just shows the incompetency of the sheriff department. In my opinion, amen, Shirley. Woman's warrior, I can't answer it, but yes. I can't guide you on that, but yes. Good point. Great point. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, all I need. I didn't realize. Hold on. Hold on. All I need, tell them we're over here, please. I'm sorry, I didn't know I had Unplugged signed up for today. Let me go pull it down. Let me go pull it down. Sorry, I'll be right back, guys. Okay, you all. Sorry about that. All I need is Jesus. We were over here. I forgot about that. I have it moved to Friday. It wasn't even in my StreamYard. That's really weird. Usually I go into StreamYard and it shows me what shows we have set up. And it didn't even show a Unplugged. That's very strange. But anyway, it's moved to Friday, just in case we have a verdict watch tomorrow too. Allegedly, I heard the audio file was leaked with the video. In my opinion, it was a separate file and others had audio for a while but didn't know it. Yes. There's an audio, and you're right, but think about it. If there was no video and that video was irrelevant, would the lead detective be reaching out to me asking me for the audio? I'm so sorry. All I need, we started doing a verdict watch, and that was not even in my StreamYard studio. So that's why I forgot it was even planned. I don't know why. Usually it shows up in my StreamYard studio and YouTube. So I've got it for the 20th for Friday, just in case there's still a verdict watch tomorrow, because they're already at 12:30 almost there. I agree, Woman's Warrior. Yes, I agree. 100. Yes, I can get you that info if you want it, and you can send it. Because you're right, you're in UK, so that might make more sense. Hi, Cece. So a lot of you are on Ozempic and stuff. Really interesting. My brother, like I said, he lost a ton of weight on Ozempic, and he had not been able to take it off for years. And it was so great that he lost it because he's so good looking, and my mom always worried about him, being heavy. And right before my mother passed away, he didn't make it there. But I showed her, I had been with my brother the week before, and I showed her a photo of him. And she just boo-hooed and cried. And she said, "No, I don't have to worry about him." And he said to me at one of my mom's memorials, he said, "You know what, though? She didn't get to see me." And I said, yes, she did, bud. And he said, what do you mean? I said, I showed her a picture. And he said, what did she say? I said, she was so happy and so proud of you. And she cried and said she didn't have to worry about you. So amazing what that Ozempic is doing for lives. I have a friend who's on it. She's always has been thin and lovely. And she gained weight in the last 5-10 years. And now she's taking it off and she looks great. So good for you all who are doing that. What's everyone having for dinner tonight? Shirley, I always wait to hear what you're making. You are having hot wings and salad and fries. Ooh, that sounds really good. I am not cooking. I'm supposed to go to the movies tonight, so I'll probably have popcorn. Hold on 1 second. It's about CrimeCon. 1 second. Those of you just coming in, we are talking about, oh, hi, honey. Hold on, I gotta let my dog, oh, door's open, babykins. Oh, you want a mama. Mama loves. I changed your bath to tomorrow, baby boy. Oh, you make them in an air fryer. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna have. I'm supposed to, I do not I don't eat butter on my popcorn. I am going to see The Life of Chuck. It's a Stephen King. But now when I was reading it to you all earlier, it said it goes backwards in time, and I'm not one who enjoys that. Chuck's Life or Life of Chuck. So I'm just going to look and see. It says, yeah, The Life of Chuck. It is sci-fi and fantasy, and it is a Stephen King, but it is not a scary one. I don't know. Maybe there might be something better at the theaters. Does anyone else know what else is at the theater? But anyway, that's what I'll have for dinner if we go. I have 2 golden doodles. Let me see if I have a photo up in Canva, and I'll pull it up for you. That'll be easy. I'll be right back. I'll check Canva, see if I have a photo. I do not, but I'll pull one up real quick. Oh, I love the white cheddar on mine too, Whispering Winds. I don't do butter, but I do that white cheddar. Ooh, you're doing extra meatloaf meat. A meatloaf burger. That sounds really good, Tone Chat. That's okay, Woman's Warrior. I figured there was something going on with the eyes. I have golden doodles. Ooh, I had KFC yesterday. Oh, that's right, Minnie. How did prison go last night? Just kidding. Ooh, yeah, I had KFC yesterday. That's what I had. Did your classes go well? Was it uplifting, Minnie? Okay, I'm going to mute for a second and I'll get a picture of my dogs. Hold on. Okay, I'm just getting y'all some pictures of the doggies while we're waiting. Here's my male. He likes the pool. I'm glad, Minnie. That sounds like such an amazing thing to do. Give of yourself. You're in Wisconsin, Whispering Winds. I have many relatives in Wisconsin. Let me show you my other baby. Hold on. Hold on. Here's when they're not groomed. Here's both of them. He always has a Frisbee and she always has a racquetball. So this is the one, the white one's the one you hear barking. You were born in Wisconsin too? Mally Cat's from Wisconsin. Wow. You have the twin to my male, Bliss? Aw. Bliss, he grew up at the beach. He was an ocean boy. His name is actually Kai, which means ocean in Hawaiian. Yep, that's when they're not groomed. Let me see what else. They're so cute. I love doodles. They don't shed. Let me see here. Let me see what else. This one's cute. Here's my boy. This is on their birthday. He had on his little birthday hat and he's trying to look at me. And then what? There. And there they are. Let me move that down a little bit. Oop. There. And there they are on a little birthday party. That's so funny, Bliss. We have twins. What's yours named? Oh, Minnie, that sounds just wonderful. Women's, I teach a class called Hannah's Gift, which is First Samuel and the story of Hannah and her faith and parenting. Then book 2 is Family Restoration, which is about Jeremiah and how to serve God. Good for you for doing that. I bet they're very receptive to that. Now, are they in a room with you or are they separated by like plexiglass or how does that work? Oh, I do spoil them, Shirley H. They are spoiled little babies. Yes, the real me too. They are so smart. They are so smart. Yes, it does, Town Chat. You're right. Yours is Piper. You have a medium red named Lainey. Okay. Yeah, what's happening? Oh, wait. We better get back over there. Let me make sure we're not missing our... Hold on. The whole reason we're here, right? Okay. Wow, I am really surprised. They are very cuddly and they don't shed, which I absolutely love. And they are very, very smart. No one bothers me in the morning until I say good morning. And the minute I say good morning, They throw themselves across me. But they are so cute. They won't say one word. They won't bother me. Well, unless they had to go potty. Of course, they'd wake me up, but never bother me. We're in a big room and I have a desk and they have seats. Really? You have them sit in a circle so we are closer and we get ready really deep and they share which is rare with other prisoners, but they trust. Interesting. I had Joe Arpaio once ask me if I wanted to teach at the jail. Oh, your son named your French Bulldog Tootsie Roll? That's cute, Shirley. Yours go to doggy daycare and the spa every 2 weeks. Rotten is right. You know, Texas is much more affordable for grooming and things. I've noticed in Arizona, it's just astronomical. Doggy daycare, that's so cute. The spa. Now, is the spa at the doggy daycare, Bliss? Oh my goodness, you had a flood? Town chat. I'm so sorry. Hi, Charlene. How are you? Yeah, Charlene, a lot of people are feeling like that, right? Because they have a choice to accept a partial jury or a partial verdict. Aw, thank you, Whispering Winds. If you receive, oh, look at those cute baby girls. Do you have all girls, Whispering? Oh, how cute. Thank you for gifting a membership. And if you received the membership from Whispering Winds, please thank her and welcome to our family. Thank you, Whispering. They are adorable. And your car got flooded? Oh my goodness. And damaged your speakers on the car doors? Oh my goodness. Thank you again, Whispering Winds. That's very kind. Very sweet. Shirley's, your teacup chihuahua's name is Baby Z, and the Z is short for Zelda. Very cool. Let me check on Kohlberger real quick. Where we're going with that. Nope, they're not there yet either. So we have till about 10:30 for them. I just wanted to check. We have about an hour. Yes, it was on the news and torn down our wood fence and the steel framing completely destroyed it. Wow. You have 4 daughters, though? Oh, yeah, I bet the moods. Yes. I bet. They have their friends' play dates. Oh, that's so cool. She said, yes, thankfully, and I get a little family discount, or I couldn't do it that often. I'm on a maintenance plan with my groomer, so it's cheaper, but yes, expensive. They love doggy daycare. My brother sends his to doggy daycare a couple days a week. It's going to be 98 degrees in Denver today. Shirley, are you in Denver? Are you going to CrimeCon? CrimeCon is in Denver this year. If I hadn't been putting together a move, I might have done so. Mini Panthers, you have 3. These are 2 of your black cats, right? 3 black cats. Ezekiel, who I call Zeke, Judah, and new baby not named yet. Oh, will likely be Gabriel. All biblical names. I love that. You'll call Gabe. Cute. My gosh. Where are you again, Town Chat? Why did I think you were in Texas? That does sound cool, Town Chat said. And the week before they had 2 tornadoes. That doesn't sound cool. And a branch went through the roof, so the tree was taken down. I asked them to level the stump so I could feed the birds on it. And they put in 3 crosses. That's so cool. That does sound really cool. Excuse me, sorry. You all have a lot of things. All your girls are grown now? Now you get the smalls. You're doing security for CrimeCon? Wow, girl. Are you a security officer? Shirley? Are you a security officer? Good for you. I'm excited for you, Shirley. Oh my gosh. So do you get free tickets if you're in there? Yeah, I thought you were in Texas, Town Chat. Yeah, I want a t-shirt, Shirley. So you get a free ticket? Oh my goodness. When you're walking around Creator Row, do you want to share your screen on a live stream for us? Hi, Robin. I'm joking, but I'm not, Shirley. You'll have to check on the tickets to see if you're allowed to live stream. Well, like I said, for those of you who are coming in, hold on, my friends. Oh, she said Vinny's getting all passionate. So anyway, my friend's watching Vinny on. She said he's getting all passionate. He's annoyed at the judge, apparently. Chef Ann Burl died. Oh, that would be great, Shirley. You know, Shirley, what we could do is, if you'd be willing, I could drop you a link and you could share your screen and we could all watch with you. We'll talk about it. Email me. That would be really cool. So for all of you who are coming in later, not this CrimeCon, which is in September, just a few weeks away, but 2026, I will be there with a friend if we can get tickets. We are waiting for them. They'll go on sale at this CrimeCon once they make the announcement. And so we're going to buy our tickets in September, depending on location, but hopefully it'll be a good location. So if you want to come out and hang out at CrimeCon with me next year, start saving your pennies. Okay, I want to hear the cat humor joke. Oh, thank you, Whispering. You like my giggle? Why should you not give a cat a bath? Because if you give a cat a bath, the fur will stick to your tongue. That is a good one. That is a good one. As long as you don't have to show us all how mean you can be. Hey, we'll be with you on your journey, girl. Now, Shirley, are you security? She doesn't have a channel. She would do it with us, y'all. She doesn't have a channel. I would put her on our panel and let her share her screen, and she could stream for us. Yes, Mini Panthers, love that. Leadership is not wielding authority, it's empowering people. Love it. So true. A good leader stands beside you, empowers you, guides you, and walks with you. Very cool. You have a white cat that keeps himself so clean? I have a white dog. My female, as you know, is the white dog. She's a hot mess all the time. He's neon white. That's cool, Cece. Are we going to get a verdict today? You do security for special events, and I am licensed to carry, and I take my job as a supervisor very seriously. Very nice, Shirley. That sounds really cool. Yes, she is badass. She's also the one who just finished her master's in criminal justice. Hi, Robin. Welcome in, hon. Good to see you. I'm going to go close my patio door. 1 second. You can read the CC or the closed captions on Court TV. They're talking if you want to while we're waiting. It's going to be interesting. I know, can you imagine? There's so many people out there waiting. So will we get a verdict today, you all? Or will we be here tomorrow? And I'm still checking Ada Court. I'll keep an eye on that. And this will be the case where they discuss, where they discuss whether or not the trial will be delayed again, which I hope it's not. Tomorrow courts are closed. Oh, that's right. It's Friday, isn't it? Wait, is tomorrow Friday? Why are courts closed tomorrow, Bliss? Oh, Juneteenth. Thank you. I forgot, Bliss. No verdict yet, Robin. We are waiting. Yeah, we have so many coming up here. Oh, the OnlyFans Myrtle trial. See, we have a lot coming up. Do you guys like the trials? I like the trials. Lori Daybell filed a motion in Boise, Ada County on June 2nd, asking for a motion to approve an extended brief for her appellate court, and it was approved. Yes, y'all. If you want to come hang out with us, hang out with me in 2026 at CrimeCon. We're waiting. They will announce the location at CrimeCon 2025. I couldn't go this year because I have a move planned, but yeah, the badges are like 400 for your standard. And then I think they go up to like 1,000, 1,100 for the platinum. And in the middle somewhere's the gold. I'm going to probably go with the gold because I want to have some of the VIP experiences, but the platinum, I don't need like a personal concierge all weekend. I might be fancy, but not that fancy. Just kidding. I'm not fancy. But I don't need a personal concierge all weekend, but I'm going to go with the gold badge so I can get into some of the VIP events. You do. You get a badge when you go to not like a law officer badge. When you sign up for CrimeCon, you choose I don't know what the first badge is called, a regular badge, a gold badge, or a platinum badge. And those determine what events. So if you get a regular badge, you get into everything, except VIP stuff. And then there's VIP stuff in a cocktail lounge if you're a gold badge. And then platinum, I think you get breakfast or something and a personal concierge. So I will, huh? Leaving that leather whip at home. Well, I don't know. I might be able to pack it whispering. You're an hour southeast, Robin, from Houston. Are you in Surfside? Robin Woods, where are you located? Yes, so the badges will, there's different levels. It'll be a great way for you to meet up with me. Oh, hey, deafening. Good to see you. Hit that like button if you're in here. I apologize if you were waiting for Unplugged. I didn't have it in my StreamYard studio, so I don't know how it ended up on YouTube studio because usually I have to set it up through StreamYard to connect it to YouTube. So I have no idea how that happened. But I apologize if you were waiting for Unplugged, and I have moved it to Friday. But I could have moved it to tomorrow now, right? Because maybe I'll move it back to tomorrow now that I know the courts are closed. She had a heart attack. Was she young? Oh, 55. Oh my gosh. Yes, gold and platinum sell out right away. Town chat. You're funny. Yes, the gold and platinum sell out right away. That's why we're going to be ready to buy the tickets that weekend as soon as they announce it. And I don't know if we'll even get them. We'll might end up with a standard, but we're going to try and get a gold. Aw, thank you, Deafening. Hey guys, please hit the thumbs up. Show Jay some support for all the hard work and awareness raising she does. Subscribe or become a family member. You won't regret it. Aw, thank you, Deafening. WW. Boy, I'm really surprised we are going this long this morning. Hey, True Crime Marley. I am really surprised that they have already been at it for almost 4 hours. The last not guilty, why wasn't that aired? What happened with that? In her last trial, Whispering, they didn't air her verdict? Oh my gosh. Are you far from Surfside? I'll look it up. I had to evacuate during Hurricane Harvey. We had to get off the island. We were all sitting at the beach. This is a funny story. We're all sitting at the beach, like you do when you live on an island. And my son sends me a message from good old dry desert Arizona and said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Oh, we're sitting here kayaking and stuff." He says, "You have 24 hours to evacuate your island." He had to tell us. So we well, I don't even think many of us boarded up that time, but I was one of those in Hurricane Harvey. And my father was on his deathbed, and I was afraid all the airports were closed, but I did make it to my dad. Once San Antonio opened, we were able to make it to San Antonio, and I got to my dad. Yes, I am, True Crime Marley. Are you? Marley, are you going? I will be there on July 25th. Yes, they will have a retrial, Deafening, if it's hung. True Crime, if you're going, let's meet up. I would love that. Yeah, I think we might need to get there quite early, but I'm willing to get there early. I'm going to be there. July 25th, I'm going to be at that sentencing for Daybell because I didn't get the trial went so fast, Marley. I was planning on going, but they rested so quickly. And I went last time and I ended up there on a Thursday. They told me they weren't letting the public in, which wasn't true. They were for jury selection. The next day I went, courts were closed and I was unaware. So I have not made it back since. But yeah, let's meet up, Marley. You're 40 minutes from Galveston. Okay. And what did you say the town was, Robin? Let me look at the name of the town again. I was just out there in March, maybe? Bridge City. I'll look it up. Bridge City. I will look that up. I was just out there, I want to say end of February, beginning of March. We went up to Bridge City, Texas. Got it. Okay. I've heard of Bridge City, actually. Interesting. Huh. Let me look at one more thing. Sorry, y'all. I'm over here Googling. Okay. So you're in the opposite direction from Houston, where I was. But you're out by Port Arthur. Okay, Port Arthur area. Got it. Yeah, I was out there end of February, beginning of March. Went and visited a friend. Shirley, I grew up in Colorado Springs. Know where the Broadmoor Hotel is? That's the area I grew up in. Google it, y'all. If you haven't gotten your Google it, y'all shirt. Actually, don't Google it yet. I'm gonna next week give you a discount code for the Google it, y'all shirt. So next week I'm gonna place a discount code on those. So yeah, exactly, Robin. I was out there, just like I said. We were out there. We actually ended up, I think we went to Galveston and Surfside. Now, Shirley, it's in September though, right? Is it in September this year there? 104. I can't even tell you. Make a side-eye Seth shirt, please. Okay. Will you help me, deafening? Make it. Oh, his side-eye. Oh, that's a great idea. Yes. That's a great idea, actually. I'm putting a little star next to that, so I remember that, deafening. Oh my gosh, really? You lived in Colorado Springs and did security for the Broadmoor? Oh my gosh. When we were all kids, we worked up at the Broadmoor, the club. But yeah, that's cool. Broadmoor's beautiful. We had the Olympic Training Center up there. We had the ski slope. I have a beautiful watercolor that someone made right there while they were there. We watched the artist make it of the ski slope that no longer exists. And I have that. The Broadmoor is very cool. That's my stomping ground, Shirley. Did you go to high school out there, Shirley? Hey, closer to you. Your chickens are even hot? Let me see here. My temperature today will be 112 will be my high today. You go to Galveston quite often. You have a disabled daughter, and she has a lot of doctors in League City. Well, next time I go out there, I will have to give you a holler. One of my best friends lives out there still. She's actually the one I'm going to go to CrimeCon with next year. Teach, how many miles is your move, and how long do you anticipate the trip and such to get there? Mini, 10 hours and 10 hours. And we're doing it on a weekend. And the dates are very flexible right now for us. I'm working with my family on it. We're very flexible right now. 75 whispering winds. That's glorious. I'd love to go to CrimeCon too. We're talking about next year, giving us all a chance to save some pennies. And if you all get the first badge, that's pretty reasonable, like $300-400. It's still expensive, obviously, but it's a reasonable way to get in. And we'll have like a Crime Time Buzz brunch or dinner or something. I will, Robin. I'll let you know next time I go out there. Like I said, I was just there. And so I think she's coming out here in July. But next time I'm heading out there, I will let you know. I love the water out there because it's warm. I know, Courtney. This is crazy, right? Oh, I need to watch Koberger's real quick. Let me see if that's starting. I am moving from Arizona, Robin. I was here taking care of my mother. I moved back here to, my dad passed away. I moved back here, helped with my mom, and my mom passed away in January. So I am really I'm trying to relocate to family now. I am leaving Arizona, my friends. We don't know, Robin, where it is. They won't announce it until, oh my gosh, Shirley. Yes, hold on. They won't announce the location until this Crime Con in September is wrapping up. Then they'll announce it. Of course, I've been to Seven Falls. That's where, from my high school, we had an open campus. So during lunch, we'd all go hang out at Seven Falls and at the creeks, because that was right by my high school, Seven Falls was. And yes, Garden of the Gods is beautiful. Very beautiful. But Seven Falls was our stomping grounds because it was right near our homes and our high school. But Shirley, did you say did you go to high school in? Oh, you did not. Okay. Yeah, Seven Falls is amazing. I've been there often. When you're local to that area, those places are kind of like your playground. Like NORAD, North American, wasn't our playground. North American Air Defense, that was on the foothills of Cheyenne Mountain. It was right above my house, like right above my house. I'll put it in the chat closer to you. There you go, guys. You can see. Yes, the water's dark. They say it's clearing up in Galveston, but I guess I didn't pay much attention. Yeah. Florida has gorgeous water. It really does. Oh, yeah. The Florida beaches are beautiful. I am excited, Whispering Winds. I'm super excited to be near my brothers. The coffin races. Huh. I don't know the coffin. I love Manitou Springs, though, and Cripple Creek. We used to go, Shirley, to the Pikes Peak Hill climb every year, camp up on the top of Pikes Peak and watch the car races. Actually, one of my friends that I went with, it's funny when you're friends with someone for that many years, right? Your kids. Now we're all so old. But we were talking about that weekend and sharing pictures from that weekend and at the top of Pikes Peak back in, I think it was 83. Jay, are you familiar with 5-2 Love Family? They live in St. George, I believe. I am not. No, I'm not. I went to St. George. I've been to St. George once. Last year with my brother, we went boating. Coffin races. Thinking, are they used ones? Mitchell. Oh, yeah. Who's TCA? Trying to think who TCA is. But yeah, I remember Mitchell. I had some friends from Mitchell. I went to Cheyenne, and our high school was very didn't associate much with the other high schools, which is weird, but we didn't. Robin dated a guy who lived in Grand Junction. Oh, and he moved down there with you. Oh. Wait, what did you say? I dated a guy that lived in Grand Junction and moved down here with me to Texas. He had major issues, so I broke it off with him, and he really went downhill after that. He moved to Arizona and actually is missing. Oh my goodness. What's his, well, you may not want to share his name, but if you do, I'll look up the case. Oh, wow. Oh, it's a prep school. Okay. You did the security at that Pikes Peak race? Yep. It was a hot mess. They started blocking off so you couldn't get up to the top after a certain hours the night before, because we'd camp up at the top at the one curve and they'd start closing it off because it started becoming such a mess. The Donner boys, I grew up with them. They're race car drivers too from that area. He's missing from Utah. Interesting. Okay, hold on. Skylar and Jamie Scott and two older boys and a set of 6-year-old Quints. 2 boys and 3 girls. Sadly, the parents are divorced now, but Jamie has 5-2 channel and Skylar has Let's Go Father channel. Interesting. I wasn't aware of him. Do you all ever watch? I know I'm totally changing the subject, but we're talking about Utah and all that. Have any of you ever watched Dennis Dillinger? I'll look that up. Have any of you? I'm texting myself the name right now. Have any of you ever watched Escaping Polygamy? I love that show. And they don't make it anymore, and I wish the girls were still doing it. Oh, you're right. It says he's missing from Page, Arizona, and was last seen in Kanab, Utah. Wow. Oh, he recently went missing. Oh, no. No. Okay. In early December. Oh, this was 2023. He was last seen in December of 2023. Oh, how scary. How sad, and you know him. He may have been headed to Lake Powell or the Superstition Mountains. Yeah, he's under missing in Arizona. Wow. I'm going to follow this just so I can keep an eye on it. They don't have a follow. Wow, that is so sad. Have there been any sightings of him, Robin? Oh, 1st of December made a year. Okay. Have there been any sightings of him? That's really sad. Y'all, I have no sightings. Oh my goodness. He's good looking, Town Chat. Or oh, Robin. He's a good looking dude. I just saw this thing on Facebook, and this guy's pulling a cooler, and he has a sign on it that says Paradise Popsicles, and he's at the beach pulling a cooler, and this lady goes, "How do we apply for this job?" Classic. I don't know if we're going to get a verdict, y'all. It's 1:06 there. Yeah, that would be really hard. How many children does he have, Robin Woods? Teach you read the email? Hold on, let me check. Honey, 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 honey. Don't. Okay, 1 second. I'm trying to forward something Town Chat sent me. And Minnie, I'm looking. I don't have anything, Minnie. Yes, Shirley, my brother told me. Shirley, about that amphitheater. And Shirley, since you know the Springs, that's so interesting. Do you know where the Cheyenne Mountain Inn is, also called the Country Club of Colorado? If you know where that is and where the 9th hole is of the golf course, that's my house that I grew up in, right there on the 9th hole. That's where I grew up. He looked a lot like Tim McGraw when you dated him. Ooh la la. Yeah, that's exactly where I grew up. That house right on the 9th hole of the golf course is where I grew up, Shirley. Small world, right? Oh my gosh, Robin. So he always kept in contact. Now, when you say he has issues, is it something that you would worry that he harmed himself, those kind of issues, or that are you thinking more someone's involved with foul play? Good to spend time with all of you. Yes, the best zoo. I went to high school with the person whose father managed that zoo for decades, the Cheyenne Mountain Zoo. It's a beautiful zoo. We used to be able to hear like the lions roaring, when we'd hang out in the canyon. You could hear like you were talking about Seven Falls, all that stuff. When we'd hang out in certain areas, we could hear the lions roaring at night. But one of my best friends' dad managed that zoo for years. And they lived at the zoo. So that was kind of cool, too. We'd go up there. Colorado Springs is a beautiful place to grow up because your whole world is outdoors. Mountains, creeks, rivers, skiing, everything. Tennis, whatever. Great place to raise kids. Oh, I need to plug in. Hold on, I'm going to mute and plug in. Be right back. Give it a thumbs up if you haven't, please. I love Manitou Springs, Shirley. It's a great area. Cripple Creek, all that. That would be fun, deafening. I'm reading your message. Sorry, Jay. Maybe you could do Strange But True. Unplugged true crime stories or just weird phenomenon. We could submit ideas, which one to cover, or do a poll. That would be fun. Absolutely. Woodland Park is beautiful. Yes. We were deciding when our family moved out there, we were deciding between Cherry Creek in Denver and the Broadmoor area in Colorado Springs. And my parents chose the Broadmoor just because less traffic and stuff. Yes, Woodland. Oh, love it. All those areas, Shirley. You're taking me back. Oh, Robin, that's so sad. He got bad into rugs. Oh. Could have gotten lost in the mountains in Utah. How sad. Closer to you, you're going to get your camper and start traveling. Good for you. Good. Travel on over to CrimeCon next year and hang out with us. I do not, Town Chat. I do not. I have not made that decision yet as to whether I am going to continue or be done. I'm still tutoring, of course, obviously. I still have my tutoring going on. But yeah, so I'm still considering that. I'm thinking about it, Town Chat. Like I said, I'm also thinking about going back to school. Yeah, closer to you. Let's all, once they make that announcement, I'm going to be keeping you all up on top of things with that next one, because I would love for us to have a little gathering out there, wherever it ends up. Yes, Cherry Creek. I'm so glad. Yes. I'm a tennis player, was a tennis player competitively, Shirley, and my greatest competition was Cherry Creek. Whenever we did state competitions, I always ended up in the finals against Cherry Creek. That's where we always ended up. One of my best childhood friends still lives in Denver. One of my nieces lives in Denver too still. Yeah, I'm super excited to see where they announce it. Now, this year would have been a great year to go to CrimeCon, being that it's in Colorado. Great place to go. But like I said, I just couldn't this year. But I'm really excited to see where they announce it for the following year, 2026. They've done Orlando a couple times. Like I said, Vegas, Nashville, Austin, Indianapolis, Denver now. So we will see where it is. Now, the last time they did end of May, it was in Vegas. So I'm assuming to avoid the heat. So I thought maybe they were going to bring it in end of May to Scottsdale or Phoenix, but it's so hot here end of May. I don't know. But we will see where it is, and we'll all do our best to get out there. Okay, Robin, we'll see you in a bit. Cherry Creek schools have had so many problems this year with stuff that it is not just, let's just say nice. Yeah, if they do Florida, that'd be cool. I would love for them. You know, it'd be really fun if they did Miami. That would be fun, or the beach area. Yes, Town Chat. If I teach, when teaching, I teach English. I prefer literature. That's what I teach. And writing. I like to teach the kids writing. Yepers. So if I do, that's what I will be doing. But I may be jumping back into school here in the fall. It's nice because I have, and I don't mean to say it's nice because I have some options now that I'm weighing because I have the options to relocate and be near family. So that's why I'm kind of weighing options. I don't have specific dates right now. I'm not in a race to grab a job for fall kind of thing because I have my teaching students that have followed. My ones going to high school are now on my docket for tutoring. Donna, if I go back, there's two things that I'm interested in. I am interested in the criminology, crime scene analysis kind of stuff, and also interested in possibly broadcast and journalism because then I could teach it at a college online. So that's my reason why I'm going back to school, y'all. Is also I want to learn a little bit more about criminology, journalism, broadcasting, investigative reporting. So I'm not sure where I'm going to land as far as a degree, but I would just really like to be able to, learn more about it, go back to school, learn more, and keep learning. Thank you. So I haven't chosen one yet, but I know that I want to go back. Yes, deafening. Exactly. Deafening said here in the UK, my aunt made more money doing 1 or 2 days a week and retired early. She could work 7 days a month for money, so she did. Yep. In Arizona, you can retire fully as a teacher. You wait, I think it's a year. They may have even taken the year out now. And then after you retire a year, you can continue to collect your full pension and a full teaching salary. So you can go back after a year of being retired and collect both. Oh, I bet crime time, or I bet Shirley, anything involving children, right? Yeah, so I haven't decided. Have not yet decided, but that's what I'm looking into because I do want to teach. What I'm thinking is get my master's and then I could be teaching online at a college. I have a brother who's a professor online also. He's a teacher and a professor online. So that's what I'm thinking is just to be a online professor, still be teaching, but I need my master's to do that. So that's why I'm jumping in. Thank you, Town Chat. And I need to respond. I need to get back to you on that one thing. And I'll send another email to you. Yeah, I just, I love teaching, but the time's coming to where, being in the classroom, I'll eventually transition over to a adjunct professor or something at an online college. My brother's been doing it for about 10 years and he's still teaching and he absolutely loves it. And when he retires from teaching, he'll continue his online professorship. I don't know, Christina, I'm still thinking about it. I'm thinking about criminology, criminal justice. I'm also thinking about investigative journalism and broadcasting, which will help me up my videos and my publications and things. Criminology, just lots of different things. I haven't decided yet. I would love to teach journalism to college students. So that is something I might be leaning towards. But then again, if you do crime scene analysis or anything like that, your final project is submitting to a police department. And I think that would be so cool. So I don't know. I'm going back and forth. Maybe I'll do a duel, right? I love learning to deafening silence. And that's what my brothers and I were talking, my one brother and I, and he's like, you love to learn. You need to go back to school. And I'm like, oh, just go back and have fun with it. And I thought, that's what I'm going to do. Go back and have some fun learning. I've been teaching everyone else for decades and I want to go back and learn some more stuff And now I have different areas of interest, right? My goodness, if I were starting school right now back at 18 years old, originally my degree was in communications and broadcasting. And I did some radio commercials for some congressmen. I did some local commercials for local restaurants. But then when I got married and had a child, I transitioned to education because I really wanted to be home with him. So, but now doing this, I kind of get back into, journalism, broadcasting a little. So I think I might get the degree that I originally wanted. Wait, I'm reading this. Sorry. Yeah, I definitely think, in my opinion, when a child or person goes missing from a property like Sebastian, they should let the dogs grab the scent of the person last with them too. Oh, I do too. In my opinion, I bet the dog scent would have picked up whose scent that went behind the common area. Yepers. But remember, the one dog they were using, Max, who jumped in the pond, he wasn't tracking scent, Sebastian's scent. He is a tracker of the last disturbance in the ground. So when he followed that to the pond and jumped in, that wasn't Sebastian's scent he was jumping after. That was the last disturbance. The last disturbance of the ground, the last scent there. And that's something people weren't sure about with Max. They thought he jumped in after Sebastian's scent. No. He was not a scent dog. They call him a tracker. And he was tracking the disturbed, like the ground, the last ground disturbed. Also remember my family member who's got in the special ops and all that. Remember, he told us they can put so much down as cayenne pepper, and that will throw off scent dogs. They use bleach too, but that would have been smelled and detected. Town chat, you're a bloodhound crime dog. Oh, I want to read this one. My grandmother was one of the first female police officers in Toledo, Ohio, and my cousin was a deputy sheriff, and my brother was MP in the Air Force, and my husband is a deputy sheriff. So, yeah. Yes. You're like McGruff. That's awesome. I'm checking Kohlberger real quick. Hold on one second. I'm going to create a studio for Kohlberger just in case they stream it. I'll be right back. I'm shocked we still don't have a verdict. Hi, Maria. Yeah, Max was same with Jack and Lily too. So Jack and Lily's, was it not a scent dog? I know their scent was stopped at the end of the driveway, which to me indicates someone picked them up and put them in a vehicle. What do you all think about that? Okay, I'm going to go see if I can make something for Kohlberger real quick if they stream it. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to start watching on my phone to see if that comes up, if they start showing it, and I'm ready to just jump in if so. So let me go to Ada on my phone here. And then I'm going to read some of your comments here. I can't believe we don't have a verdict yet. What do you think that means? Nope, it's not on yet. We are now at 19 hours and 53 minutes of deliberations.
A note was sent. You know, you have that 1 hour, which is the normal time where, you know, courtroom personnel, everyone's given an opportunity to eat lunch and be ready for a potential verdict or a potential question in the case. So that's where we are. Right now, where I'm standing, I'm giving you the reverse angle of what you've been.
Here, I'm playing it for you.
My heart tells me these babies.
Of course, I messed it up.
The heads. What I wanted you to do now is see the faces that are not the back of the heads. See, in fact, that other, right? It's a working. Maybe it's someone registering a deed to a home. I don't know. I don't know who they were.
According to Matt Johnson. Specifically, there was the question about count 2, subsection 5. What if we come back with guilty on that? Basically, does that make us, will the whole thing be found, we should be found guilty? Initially, when they were talking about how do we respond to this, Alan Jackson, first thing he said was, he says, well, no, obviously. The jury was never told no to that question. In fact, their question was never really answered. Judge Cannoni got the new verdict form. They all got a copy of it, and then she went through it like a teacher would a student with a worksheet in front of them. But the fundamental...
She said, that should help.
That should help. Now go back. But they never got any answers to any of their questions. So maybe they're not asking any more questions because they're like, well, I guess we're not supposed to. We're not supposed to ask questions because we don't get answers. Were you surprised at the lack of directness from the court in terms of the way to handle these questions with these 12 citizens who don't know what they're doing?
I think what we're seeing here in Massachusetts, and folks who watch Court TV know we cover cases around the country, and every jurisdiction has their own little nuance and their differences in the way they handle different parts of the trial. What I have found here in Massachusetts from talking to the local attorneys, seeing the judges' rulings, doing some, and I didn't want to do it, Julia, because you know, You know, young lawyers are stuck doing it. Legal research. Yikes, flashback. But I was doing some legal research as well, reading some of the opinions out of the Massachusetts courts. And they don't want to do anything to influence the jury one bit. And there's almost like this feeling like we almost can't say anything to the jury because it might push them to a verdict, and that would be against the interests of justice. It's like an overcompensation of that, where they are so afraid that it's just hands off with the jury. And after the trial, there's jurisdictions where after the trial, the lawyers go in and talk to the jury. Like, it's not a big deal. Here, you're not allowed to do that. Like, it's so different. It's so hands off and protective of the jury in a way. But one of the byproducts of that is that there's less communication with the jury. You're more afraid to communicate with the jury, and the jury is kind of less informed. There's no guidance. Less instructed. They're doing. The purpose of it is to kind of not interfere with the jury, but the result of it, especially in this case, has been a jury not understanding what they're supposed to do. So Massachusetts has to figure out a way to walk that line. So you have juries that know what they're doing, and they understand it without interfering with the results or pushing a result onto them. And I think there was an opportunity to do that. But I don't know how the lawyers in Massachusetts would react to that, because I've seen it done in other states, in other cases. So I know it can pass some level of constitutional muster, but in Massachusetts, that's the way it is.
And I wonder if that's going to change now, because it's worrisome that the jury seemed to have a really important question. They had this: if we are not guilty on 2 counts and we can't decide the third, are we hung? That's a very general question that you would think, if they got back this reaction from the judge or response from the judge saying it's a theoretical question. I feel like if you understand that she's saying that's theoretical, I can't answer
Ask it in a
you
different
would
way.
immediately come back when you can with the we have found her not guilty of, hopefully they would understand that if it's theoretical, then you have to make it into an actual situation that you're dealing with. But we're not seeing that. And what I'm worried about is now the jury is just back there scared. Like, we can't.
Shirley, it's actually not new. It's Arizona and Colorado allow the jurors to ask questions. Not a lot of courts in the United States do that. So it's really interesting because it's supposed to help with clarification when it comes time to deliberate. So it's very interesting that it isn't. So obviously Massachusetts is asking questions too, right? So I'm going to look up what states all can ask questions. That was their question, Shirley. They asked the judge yesterday, well, if we found her not guilty on 2 counts.
That was their question, Shirley.
Sorry.
They asked.
If we found her not guilty on 2 counts, can we find her guilty on a lesser count, or would that lesser count guilt make it all guilty? That was their question yesterday. So she said because it was an if, it was theoretical, hypothetical, and she could not answer that. So they did not get an answer on that. Yeah, I think it's the DUI charge too. I agree with you, Maria. Oh, you believe it's the not guilty verdict? Oh, yeah, I agree. I agree that it's the DUI charge they're struggling with. So I agree, my friend. That's what they were asking, Shirley, is they wanted to know if they could say like not guilty on 1 and 2 and guilty on the lesser charge of this. And the judge just didn't give them a straight answer because they used the word if. So instead of restating it to not using that word, they're deliberating and we don't know where they're going to take with that. But yes, Shirley, that is called a partial verdict, and the judge can accept a partial verdict. But this judge doesn't seem to be accepting it. She sent them back to deliberate. Yeah, they all admitted to be out drinking and driving, and they did it a lot in that town, even the cops. And but they never Deafening put up a really good comment. They didn't test her at the time of the accident. Later on, they say, well, she was still legally over the limit later on when they tested her. But Deafening brought up a good point. Well, how could they do that? She could have had a few drinks from the time of the accident to when they tested her, and that's a great point. So that's what we're kind of waiting to see is, are they going to be able to, on that third count that they can't decide on, are they going, that lesser count, are they going to be able to come to terms with an agreement, or are we going to have a hung jury, or is the judge not going to accept it and keep sending them back? I don't know. We will see. And Koberger's is not on either yet, but they're a 30-minute delay too. So if Koberger's was set to start at 10:30, they won't be on till 11. She seemed very irritable. I agree with you, Shirley. She seemed like she was very irritable, exasperated almost. And now that's what people's concern are, is they don't feel that they got enough direction to their question. And what's the most basic question? What's a verdict, right? So if you've got a jury going in to deliberate and they don't even know what their boundaries and parameters are, how do you do that? That's a hard position for them to be put in. I agree, Shirley H. That's exactly what I think it is. That's exactly what I think it is. Town Chat, are you still in here? I'm going to email you right now about that one thing. Hold on, y'all. I'm going to mute just for a second while we're waiting. Hold on one second, Shirley. I'm going to address that. Okay. Town chat, I sent you that message again. What's the KR story? Oh, yes. Okay, Shirley. So what's confusing is John was found under a snowbank and the taillight pieces were on top of him. They say that the taillight pieces were not there originally when they did the first check, and later on when they went back, those pieces were there. So that is something that is of confusion because that's what Karen Reed's defense is saying, they were put there. So well, that's Shirley says the judge also didn't allow them to enter the cut on the hoodie backside. And the reason that's being is the back of John O'Keefe's sweatshirt was not cut, but they cut it to indicate that it could look like that if he fell backwards, right? But then they presented it with the cuts in it, so they had to clarify to the jury that that sweatshirt was cut in the course of the investigation, not from the fall, because it makes it look like he fell back and, tore the hoodie. Oh, you did reply, Town Chat? I'm sorry. I didn't see your reply. Those of you asking about Unplugged, since we don't have court or any verdicts tomorrow, it will be tomorrow, noontime Eastern. Yeah, you have plenty of time to reply, Town Chat. I just wanted to make sure I got back to you on that. Anyone reading any good books right now? I know we talked about shows. What's everyone making for dinner? I'm going to have movie popcorn. I'll have a movie to tell you all about tomorrow. So we are going to have Unplugged tomorrow since there isn't a verdict. So it'll be noon Eastern. Do you all like covering trials? Because I enjoy covering the trials. I want to, like with Brian Koberger coming up, I plan to stream that entire trial. What I plan to do is start giving everyone the backgrounds of the case, just little videos on the backgrounds or a live on the background, so we're all ready for the case. But I just want to know, do you all like doing the trials? Because I love it. Like, I'm really disappointed Donna Adelson's will be at the same time as Brian Koberger's. They kind of overlap because both are, that one's a family conspiracy to unalive someone again over custody. So, I mean, I even if I'm thinking, you know, I just love doing them. I love doing the trials. I love seeing justice or the path to justice, right? But I want to know, do you all like watching the trials? Because I'm here for you. If you like watching the trials, just put trial in the chat. If you don't, just put no. Because especially if I decide to jump back into school, I will have that time to stream with you all the time. The trials. Trial, good. I like them too. I think it's very interesting. And it's a good, you know what the trials are to me? We can listen to what they're presenting as evidence and how they accomplish the investigation, and we learn what's evidence that will go to trial, what can be pointed out in an investigation that's positive, negative. So we learn a lot from them. Thank you, Closer to ya. Yes, it is, Shirley H. It has a great criminal justice program. And I was actually on there yesterday reading about it. I was also in the Walter Cronkite School at ASU reading about it to see about their journalism degrees. But thank you, Shirley. That's great information. I appreciate you. I love watching the trials too. Good. Glad to hear it, because that's something I think we're going to incorporate if indeed I go back to school and tutor, and then we'll have that time to stream all day. Because if I go back to school, it will be fully online. Funny thing you're going to learn about teachers, as much as we demand everyone's attention when we're speaking or holding a meeting or a class, we are the worst in meetings and classrooms. Terrible. We talkers during meetings. It's just terrible. And so I like to do my schooling online. Oh, you went to ASU for your degree, Shirley. Good for you. That's good to hear. Trial. Thank you, Bliss. It's good to hear. Now, you said you walked. Did you actually come and walk in our graduation out here, girl? And if I had known that, I would have come seen you walk. Did you walk, or did you do like a virtual graduation thing? I'm just going to mute you for a second, you all. You came out to Arizona and walked? Shirley, I wish you had told me. I would have come and met you and given you flowers and rooted you on, my friend. Oh, hon, I wish you had told me. I certainly would have been there for you. Oh, I definitely would have been there for you, Shirley. I should have asked you earlier. Well, congratulations. We are all very proud of you. Okay, y'all, I'm going to just bop over to Koberger and see if they're streaming it real quick. Okay, in 29 minutes, Koberger is streaming. So I will open that studio and watch this studio. You did walk. That is great, Shirley. I wish I had known. I would have been there for you. Ooh la la, Town Chat. Okay, got it. Let me just get our studio ready for Koberger too. Hold on. I'm gonna mute you all for a second. Hi, Jacqueline. Oh, good. Love trial since OJ. Yes. I hope we get one for Sebastian. Yes. Really? I'll look it up. I will look that up, Shirley. Thank you for letting us know. In Pursuit with Justice. John Walsh. Let me look. Shirley, all I can find is that it's telling me he was on that America's Most Wanted. Do you have an episode number that he's on Pursuit for Justice so we can watch that? Oh my gosh. They were talking about CP's truck being in the area on the night of the 25th into the early morning of the 26th. Girl, where are you watching this? Jodi Arias, yes. Good old, yes. Hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to get to you. Yes, Jodi Arias, good old Arizona case, right? She had a second trial also and was convicted life without parole. Oh. Very interesting, Tone Chat. Very interesting. Your business was one of the sponsors. Look at you. Yeah, Jody's a crazy cat. She is definitely a crazy cat. And Casey Anthony, yes, gives me chills every time I say her name. Whew. Now, what we're going to do is in about 20 minutes, I am going to go open the studio for the stream of the pretrial hearing for Brian Koberger. But I will keep this studio open for those of you who want to stay in here. I'll be over watching Koberger, but as soon as I see a verdict come up, I'm going to switch over to here. So I have it open on my phone. Asked the judge yesterday. Well, let me just mute that. So when I do go over to Koberger, I still have this going. Let me make sure I'm full live here. There. So I'm fully live on my phone watching the verdict. So once I go into the other studio. Ooh, girl. Shirley, you know, you are a great resource. You are a phenomenal resource, my friend. I'm writing that down right now. I have to tell you all, Jen in Georgia sent me the most beautiful, beautiful care package. And it had so many journals and notebooks in it. And then it had a to-do list in it. It's a hardcover to-do list. And there's like many of them, but they're life-changing. I'm not kidding you. I love to-do lists. I'm just, hi, Teresa. We're waiting for the verdict, but I'm also opening a studio in about 20 minutes for Koberger's pretrial hearing to see if it's going to be delayed. But I'll have both and I'll pop back into this studio, but I'm going to keep them both open. But yeah, I have this great to-do list she sent me. And like every day it tells you things like, okay, first day, let's say it's Monday. Make a menu plan, grocery shop, clean out your purse. Those three things, like the cleaning out the purse, it always incorporates things you don't think to do every day. And then every day it says exercise, self-care. Remember our unplugged. Don't forget your self-care. By the way, I'm really honored and thrilled how many of you are requesting unplugged all the time. And we are going to do unplugged tomorrow since there's no court. So super cool. It'll say start your laundry, clean your bathroom sinks, make your beds. This is every day. And you just choose which rotation you do. Tidy your main living space, set out kitchen towels, sweep your kitchen, fold your laundry. So it's really cool. And then you turn it the next. And then there's also spaces for you to write things that you have to do for your to-do list, right? And then you turn the next day and it says clean your mirrors, dust your light fixtures and fans, and dust your furniture and vacuum your house. Those are your four main ones. And then it has the same list down below. Fold your laundry, exercise, self-care, shower, start laundry, clean bathroom sinks, make beds, and then space for you to add your other to-do list. It has just been amazing. And the next one, clean out your fridge, take out all trash, clean your microwave and stovetop. But I just love it. Hi, Mimi Ma. Yes, please confess. Exactly. Shirley, are you talking about in your master's program, you guys use Sebastian's case at ASU? That would be cool. Day one, get out the list and then rest. Mark, it's really funny because you know how you have a to-do list, and with me, they're like, you know, if I write a to-do list, everything better be checked off. I'm that way. But it's super funny because I will go into the everyday one, and because I have to check everything off, I will circle the ones that I'm focusing on that day. Like, okay, this day I'm not doing laundry, so I'm already checking those off. I have to manipulate my to-do list to make me feel productive. How sad is that? That's amazing, Shirley. I am so amazed to hear that. Was that by your suggestion, or they already had that embedded in the curriculum? Oh my gosh, I'd give anything. That's amazing. I do small stuff to look busy too, Mark. I'm not kidding. I'll even put something on my list that I have already accomplished but wasn't on my list, and I'll include it. I'm like, oh, I didn't know phone call there's on that list. I'm going to put down that I called the bank, and I check it off. I make myself feel so productive. 1 second here. Okay. Yeah, I think we all know what the important things are in that case, right? Whatever law enforcement came out and debunked, in my opinion, is what's important. The flashlights, the green hoodie, and the last seen date. When the video came out, they came out and said they had the date wrong for 15 months. I don't buy it. I believe they put that out so we would think the video was not relevant. No, you can, hey, Mima, we can ask all the time. You can ask as much as you want. Oh, sorry, Mima, I'm trying to get to who thinks guilty. Sorry if this was asked. There are a couple people in here who think Karen Reed's guilty. Most think not guilty. Many think guilty. Good for you on being retired, Mark. Yeah, those to-do lists are funny. Yeah, Reed, many think not guilty. I think there's 1 or 2 in here for guilty. Guilty for you. Thank you for letting us know. What do you think, Mimi Ma, as long as this is taking? Do you think this is going to be good for the prosecution or not? What are your opinions? Hold on, let me. $15 minutes. $15 minutes, and then the Kohlberger will start. I'm very interested in Kohlberger. That's your family. Okay, sorry, y'all. I'm catching the ends. That's my family. Who's your family? You're saying guilty for me. Thank you. That the Reeds, that's your family. The Reeds are your family, or the O'Keefes? Oh, his family friend was just on Break the Case. Love Break the Case. John O'Keefe is your family. Mimi Ma, John O'Keefe is your family? Now, Mark, who said bathroom trips don't count? I put my bathroom trips on my to-do list and I check them out. They count. Wow, Mimi Ma. Well, I am so sorry for your loss. I truly am. And I know this trial has been, something else. You know, so I am very sorry for your loss. And I want you to know we do recognize that John is no longer with us. They count, Mark. They count. If I eat a snack, it goes on that to-do list and gets checked off. Hey, don't forget to put drinking your 8 glasses of water. That goes on my to-do list too. Yeah, Mimi Ma, did you ever meet Karen? Great question, Christina. It is hard with Sebastian's going on. Yeah, you never met her? Wow. Now, how are you related to John? If you asked, I'm sorry, or if you already told us that. Mm. Oh, they called everyone back? Oh, good. Good, good, good. Okay. We're going to end up with 2 open studios, but that's okay. Your father's side of the family. So is he like a cousin? Oh, I'm really sorry. And I am just really sorry that you guys are all on trial too. You learned that when the trial started. Wow. I would love for you, Mimi Ma. Would you email me, please? I'm going to put this in here, my email for you. Just email me. I'd love to ask you some questions. There's my email. I would love to hear from you, dear. There's my email right there. And I am very sorry that you all have had a loss of a dear family member. You're on trial too. And I'm glad you came in here and told us that how you feel and why you feel that way and that you're related to the case. Because here at Crime Time Buzz, we're all allowed our opinions. Thank you, Mimi Ma. Yes, please email me. So now I'm praying for 2 different things. I want you and your family and everyone to be okay too. Oh, looks like we might be heading to a verdict. Your guess was earlier afternoon. Yeah, with Sebastian's case going on. Oh, no, they're not back. With Sebastian's case going on, I do have to say, you really question it? Court TV's live right now? Okay, I'm changing up. Hold on. Thank you, Bliss. Let me give you their sound. You want sound?
Go to him and see if he can tell us what she did say, because Matt, she always seems to answer your questions.
Yeah, well, we've covered this trial since the very beginning. And I asked Karen Reed, who was walking notably with her father, if she was ready for a verdict. And she said, always.
Why is that not playing now? Hold on. I don't know why it stopped with the sound, but we're here. Thank you, Bliss. And we're about to enter in 10 minutes. We have Kohlberger starting too, so I'm opening that studio. Actually, I'm just going to go in there real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. You have the same screen on your TV? Oh, good. Thank you for letting me know. I hope they take a good look at many more too. I mean, this is just getting to a point where I think every state county needs an internal affairs investigation almost. Yes, Koberger's in 10 minutes. I know. So I will have that studio open, like I said, and I will have the verdict with Court TV on my phone, so I know exactly when that comes up. But I am going to be open. I'm going to be over in that studio. Yes, Sumner County, right, Mimi Ma? Wow. And I think Mimi Ma, what's happening in this case, a lot of people are kind of looking at certain things with Sebastian's case, and I think that might be some of the parallel going on. Yes, it's in 10 minutes and I will be over. I've already opened the studio. So if you're interested in Koberger, I'm going to be still having this studio open and jumping over here the minute there's a verdict. But temporarily, I'm going to be in Koberger listening to see. It's the final pretrial hearing unless they delay, which is what the hearing is about today, is a delay. I'm not going to go live over there for about 7 more minutes and then I'll go live. Oh, thank you, Shirley. That's awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, because I have your comments coming up on my phone. So I appreciate that. His case is known in New York. Sebastian's is. Wow, that is good to know, Mimi Ma. And Shirley just told me she went to school here at ASU and just graduated in their master's program in criminal justice. And one of the cases they studied was Sebastian's. How phenomenal is that? I think that's so cool. You may have just chosen my program for me, Shirley. I'm going to mute you all and pop over. Hi, Michelle. How are you? Yeah, Michelle, I just heard that. Shirley, where did you see it? What app do you have? Shirley, I know you told me already and I didn't write it down. You had an app that had it on there. The more coverage of the case, the chances it's used. Very cool. Ooh. Oh.
You are unmuted.
That wasn't me.
Receiving court is in session.
Oh my gosh.
All right. I appreciate you all getting back here. During the luncheon break, I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict.
Oh my.
But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict. So I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it, and to give it to us. Paul, do you have it?
Love you back, Mimi Ma.
Thank you.
I'm praying for you,
I haven't seen this. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It will be preserved and made part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury,
No
Chrissy,
verdict.
just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury. All right. So we do not have a verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and recorded in open court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. Because it took a while to pull this together, I would ask that everybody remain in the building until the end of the day. So we'll see everybody later.
Thank you.
Okay, you all, I have a feeling, Shirley. Why? They said they had a verdict and said they didn't. Interesting. Okay, I'm heading over to open the studio for Koberger pre-trial to see if that trial is going to be delayed. This studio is going to stay open, and I will be back in here if I see the judge come up again. But I want to go watch Koberger, so join me or stay in here, whichever you want, my friends. But I'll be popping back and forth for both.
Comes over, they say we have a verdict. Cannoni is informed of it, but it's in between the time that Judge Cannoni is informed of this, there's another knock saying there is no verdict. Yet there's a verdict form in the envelope, it seems.
And there's enough time that has elapsed that all of the parties have gathered. Karen Reed's team is 10 minutes out. So that means it wasn't an immediate thing, perhaps. Perhaps they were called again. But I'm understanding that Vinnie Politan is ready out on the ground. Let's go to him live. Vinnie, what do you think? Oh, the tie says it all.
But they can't come out of the court.
Do we have
Can
a
you
verdict?
knot it? Can you tie it? You can't tie it yet.
We have a verdict. We don't have a verdict.
So we are waiting Kobergers to start here. We are in 2 studios. Some of you have been in the other one with me. Okay, where am I? I need to get into the right studio. Okay, I'm going to mute you here. They're struggling to reach a verdict. They thought they had a verdict deafening. They told the judge, and then they knocked on the door again and said they did not have a verdict. So they are on lunch, and everyone is asked to remain in the building. And I am heading over to Koberger, but I will leave this studio open for you. For those of you heading to Koberger, see you in there. Now, can you hear me? And if you can hear me, do you hear BK's courtroom? Yes, you hear BK's courtroom? Okay. You hear me and BK. Oh, crud. Okay, I'm gonna have to mute BK when the verdict comes in then. Oh, you hear me, but not BK. Okay, perfect. Oh, perfect. I wanted to make sure because then as soon as this one comes up, I have the sound on. Some of you can hear me and the court. You can hear BK on both sides. Crud. So you hear BK on both sides? Okay, hold on. Okay, if you've got it on a split screen. For those of you who don't have a split screen, do you hear BK? You can only hear me. Okay. Perfect. Okay, I am hearing here that Karen's team, they are crying and hugging each other, that the sidewalk and streets are shut down, cops are everywhere, and helicopters are overhead above the Capitol. I'm asking her where she's watching right now. She was watching Court TV. I'm going to take a peek. Do you get to keep it, Shirley? That's cool. Yeah, I think you're going to have the lunch before the verdict. But I'm watching. Seriously, Mark, I agree with you. She's probably on it. I mean, they're eating. She eats, look how tiny she is. She probably eats like a bird or anything. And she's probably like, lunch? Really? I got jokes today. All I need is I got jokes.
You are unmuted.
Will the deliberating jurors remain standing? Defendant remains standing. All other parties may be seated.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon
Hey, can you hear?
Yeah. Thank you. May I see the papers? Mr. Foreman, have the verdict slips been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since?
Guys, we have a verdict.
Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree? Yes. Do all of you agree? Yes. Thank you. 002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
Is that two not guilties?
Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct?
Yes.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Guilty.
So say you all?
Yes.
003, what say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Is the defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated. Jurors, we thank you for your service. We're going to send you back. Your service is complete. I'd like to come back and talk to you a little bit afterwards. So thank you very much.
All rise. Jurors, follow me.
So y'all, it looks like it's not guilty. Guilty on operating a car, possibly? Praise God. Well, I want to tell you that we are all thinking and praying for your family. You have someone in the chat today who is part of the family.
Karen Reed? Not yet.
Tony,
Hold on,
not yet.
hold
Mark,
on,
I
everyone.
couldn't hear them all.
Karen Reed, Ms. Reed, can I have your attention? As required by statute, I must inform you that the records regarding the charges that you have been found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want these records sealed. To request that these records not be sealed, you may use the request not to seal form, which is posted on the trial court's website on mass.gov. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been found not guilty are sealed, You will be unable to access the sealed record of the not guilty dispositions or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges before the records are sealed, you should request copies from the court within 10 days. Do you understand? Thank you.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
And we would be prepared to go forward today.
Okay. Okay.
So from what I could hear, it was not guilty and one guilt, but I'm trying to look it up because they were hard to hear, weren't they? Okay.
All right, so Mr. Yannetti, you ready to go forward today as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves for sentencing. We recommend probation, 1 year, 24D program.
So the standard that everybody else gets on their first time OUI?
Certainly.
Okay.
We ask that she be treated no differently, no better.
So I'm happy to do it. All right, thank you all.
1 year probation on docket number 002, the lesser included offense of operating under the influence. 1 year probation. Thank you. The 24D program is. Thank you.
All right.
Goodbye.
Wow. Look at her dad. I do wish they were showing the O'Keefe family, though, too. Mm-hmm. Not guilty of second degree M. Guilty of driving with alcohol. Sentenced to 1 year probation. So she's free. Karen Reed, her journey is over. Now, what the O'Keefe family needs to do is find who truly did this, in my opinion. Hey, you all, head on over to Brian Koberger's pre-trial. I have that studio open right now. Yeah, they're on mute, my friends. They have muted now. They are leaving the courtroom. There is Karen leaving. If you want to, you can come on over to the BK pre-trial. We are in there now, and it's not guilty for second degree M, guilty for driving with alcohol, in which she was sentenced to 1 year probation. Karen Reed will not be going to prison. Thank you for watching the verdict with me. I'm going to end this stream. Come on over to BK with me. Drinks are on Mark. Talk soon, y'all. Come on over to BK. Karen Reed, not guilty of second degree M, guilty of driving with alcohol, sentenced to 1 year probation. She is walking free today. I do want to see some focus on the O'Keefe family during this time because this is someone that they lost. So I'm hoping that they will show us the O'Keefe family as well. Ooh, there you go.
There's Nick Rocco and the rest of the supporters.
We're going to listen to this for a second.
We're inside the courtroom for the verdict.
I won't end it yet, friends.
Never experienced anything quite like this. And the emotion is real. No, people aren't faking it. They're not forcing it.
You are so welcome, Maria. I'm heading right over there. I'm just watching this crowd cheer.
If you're just joining us, folks, Karen Reed has been found not guilty by a jury in Norfolk County, Massachusetts. I've been calling it and the retrial ended with not guilty verdicts across the board.
Wow.
See some more of the security there. Again, we wait for Karen Reed and the defense team to exit. I think everyone realizes what an explosion it will be in that moment of sound. Everyone's got their phones up now recording the moment after experiencing the moment together outside of the courthouse. The only lingering question for me right now, though, is John O'Keefe's family, if they're going to take them out the back of the courthouse, because there is an exit out the backside, and I think that would be the smart thing to do for that family. But for Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, and Karen Reed, this is going to be their moment. We've seen it through the years at Court TV several times. It's been a few years, though, since we've seen anything even close to this, because it's overwhelming support for the verdict that the jury handed down. I don't know if Matt Johnson can hear me. Matt, do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. All the media is assembling right now on the courthouse steps. We're waiting for Karen Reed and her team to assemble down and leave the courthouse. A lot of police presence out here on the courthouse steps and on the sidewalk addressing the media. We're pushed out all the way to the edge of the street, and we are just anxiously waiting for all parties to exit the courthouse here. Now, I am wondering if some of the parties might choose to exit through the back. That's where the jury had been entering and exiting the courthouse until now, so we know that that's an open opportunity for them. But yeah, it's just a waiting game right now from my vantage point. We're at the podium waiting for Karen Reed to address her supporters and address the media.
Matt, I can spot Nick Rocco, who's been on my show throughout all of this, one of the leaders in raising funds for this defense team. He's not a lawyer. He's never been involved in anything like this, but saw a cause, raised money, and helped this defense team. You can't put on a defense like this without the funding that is necessary for the experts, for the lawyers, for the expenses. You have a lawyer from California, you have a lawyer from New York. All that's got to be paid for somehow, some way. And that's another part of this story. The over $1 million that was raised for Karen Reed, much of it by the people you are seeing right in front of this courthouse. As we wait for the moment, and the moment is Karen Reed coming down, found guilty of only a minor charge of operating under the influence, which is tantamount to a throwaway compared to what she was facing for manslaughter, leaving the scene of an accident with a death involved, and of course, murder. So this is a win across the board. It's a celebration in the streets of Dedham where they've closed down the street in front of the courthouse. My guess is they don't do that too often, but it was the right thing to do to give enough space for everyone here so no one gets trampled, no one gets harmed. And right now, I'm just anticipating that moment. I know we've got the rest of our anchors in the home base studio, so I'll go to Michael Ayala, my friend. We've been through this for years, decades together. I know when they come out, you'll be cut off, but what are your thoughts right now?
I know, Deanna.
Listen, I said from the beginning, Vinny, the only thing that I think beyond a reasonable doubt what was proven by the prosecution in this case was the fact that she drove drunk at some point. And again, the jury seemed to make the distinction between the 12:45 and the 5 a.m. in the morning, because we know that breathalyzer test, and she wasn't tested, that blood alcohol level, wasn't taken until 9 a.m. that morning. So they made the distinction. Was she drunk at 12:45? Was she drunk at 5? Clearly, 5 o'clock. Was she at 12:45? We don't know. But I always felt the 5 o'clock driving that truck, she was drunk, because by the time she got to the hospital at 9, she had a blood alcohol level that was above the legal limit. And that's the one that they stuck on. It looks like they were there. They fought through this.
They're singing. Listen to what they're singing.
Maybe there was some back and forth as to maybe something a little higher. We know they were stuck on involuntary manslaughter the first time around. Maybe there was some discussion about that. But ultimately, I think they came
friends are
down
popping
on the
bottles.
one charge
I'm
that
trying
one can
to,
say
Christina.
was truly proven
Just
beyond a
trying.
reasonable doubt.
I want to tell you all, I thank you for your grace in here, because we know we have John
And more
O'Keefe
celebrations.
family
They
in
just
here
sang the
right now
Star
in our
Spangled
chat,
Banner
so
here
I
outside the
appreciate your
courthouse.
grace.
Something
Thank
else
you.
that we've seen as we got closer here in the buffer zone, there were no Karen Reed signs, so they started passing out American flags. That's been another part of this. Part of the cause and the justice that people were seeking was, hey, this is the United States of America. We want justice. So for all these folks, they believe justice was served today. They believe justice was served. And again, the anticipation of the moment, no one's going to leave here until Karen Reed walks out of the courthouse, flanked by Alan Jackson and David Yannetti and Robert Alessi and the rest of the defense team. It's unusual. It's unusual for a not guilty that this is where we are and what's going on. Let me talk to you. What are your thoughts right now?
You are all set, Ms. Reed. Free Karen Reed, I love you. Thank you. Thank you for everything, Karen.
All right, you come through here. Thoughts at this moment?
So excited. Couldn't have asked for a better outcome.
There you go. Woo, woo, woo. Speaks volumes. Young children with
Christina,
American
I
flags.
hope they look for someone responsible.
How you doing? What are your
If
thoughts
they
right now?
think they did,
I'm
they'll say it
excited.
was
I'm so happy.
kind of went wrong.
I've been waiting for this we all have for a long time.
They need to find responsibility now.
Massachusetts history. Massachusetts history. We got the justice that we deserve for the O'Keefe family as well. We send our love.
Yes, to the O'Keefe
last time
family.
we had
know
a
you're
verdict
in
of
this
this
chat.
magnitude
We send our love.
in this town, in this courthouse, was
Our
Sacco
prayers.
and Vanzetti. Much different scenario. Over here you can see Turtle Boy, who is very much responsible for beginning the Free Karen Reed movement, which took off.
Look there, you see everything. My spot.
All right, we're gonna move our spot. We're going up the steps. Excuse me, pardon me. Pardon me. I'm walking through another sea of pink. Another sea of pink.
You were right. You did it.
Yeah. All right. This is an interesting perspective. We can turn and look here and what's happening. You can see the crowd and you'll see the reaction when the next big moment happens. The first big moment, obviously, the not guilty verdicts on everything but operating under the influence, which is a throwaway. And now they're waiting for Karen Reed and her defense team. I know Ted and Julia also standing by. I don't know if Judge Ashley is there as well. But why don't we go to Ted Rollins? Your response.
I have to tell you, when you talk about reasonable doubt, there was reasonable doubt in this case. Whether you believe Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe or not, the investigation, the way the authorities, specifically Trooper Proctor and others involved in the investigation, is the reason that she was found not guilty unanimously by this jury. I can't imagine being a juror on a case like this with the behavior of the investigators and returning a guilty verdict. It would be hard to live with, and I truly believe there is a direct connection between the investigation and this verdict.
Yeah, Julie Janae, your thoughts.
I'm just amazed at this sea of people that has grown over the days. People who just want to be close to Karen Reed, this person who was not a celebrity before. No one knew who she was. But something about her story sparked something in them that they felt so deeply convicted about her cause. And this was just one of those cases where they're saying that they want justice for John O'Keefe as well.
Yes.
But what is justice now? I'm thinking about his family. They have got to be heartbroken in this moment. After 2 trials, after sitting there day after day, the woman that they believed killed their son, their uncle, their brother,
Okay, Michelle, I will.
is walking free. And I'm not saying that she shouldn't be walking free, but this leaves a real hole because all of these people believe someone else was responsible. But we know there's not going to be any other prosecution, no other charges in this case. But this is certainly a fantastic legal team for Karen Read, and they won the case based on the evidence.
Matt Johnson, a day unlike any day we've experienced at Court TV. What are your thoughts right now?
Unlike anything that we've seen, this is definitely the retrial of the century. You can just see the media presence as we're waiting for
Michelle,
this.
that's a good
defendant
idea. I will
found
do
not
that for
guilty
you all.
after all of these years on all of these serious charges and counts. The podium is set up. We're waiting to hear from this defendant. Over the past couple of days, she has not been answering any questions. This defense team, along with the prosecutors, they've been under gag order after this very lengthy trial. That wasn't the case in the first time around. I mean, you have to think back to how each case, the Commonwealth and also this defense team, ended their case with those dynamic and powerful expert witnesses, both from both sides. And the amount of money that was spent on this trial on both sides. You had the Commonwealth that spent probably more than $1 million for experts. You had this defense team that raised just as much. And now you have a situation where there's been 2 trials and no conviction. I think that there is going to still continue to be a lot of questions in this community. Everyone that you talk to still divided. A lot of people tell me that they cannot talk to their family members at holidays with this case. I think that that remains the same. I think that what's different is this is a chapter closed for all of these families. But there's another chapter on the horizon as well, because Karen Read, this defendant now acquitted of most of these charges, she faces another trial, which is going to be a civil suit. And I think that that's where the O'Keefe family are going to invest their time. And but I know that this defendant and this defense team are happy that she's coming home.
Absolutely. I'm taking a look up on the steps. It looks like they may be getting ready. Okay, let's take a quick break, folks. I'm looking at all these faces. It's jubilation in the streets of Dedham. Our coverage of the Karen Read not guilty verdict continues.
Sherry, I can't wait to see that. That's super cool. I'm going to look that up. So BK's trial or BK's hearing lasted just a few minutes. Then they took a break. And after the break, it came up and said this portion will be closed. So we'll have to wait to hear what the judge decided. Let me go back and check him out here on my phone. But for right now, we are just waiting to hear Karen Reed. I want to hear her talk. Okay. Yes, Shirley. We absolutely can. I need to do a little live on Lily and Jack also, but I have some Sebastian and Summer stuff too. But maybe tomorrow, since we don't have trials, we can cover the three. Yes, I do. I want to hear Marie. I do, Maria. I want to hear her speak too. This has been a long journey. And she had a lot of supporters. Unprecedented, right? Let me go make sure my other live is closed down. Hold on. Excuse me. Hold on. Okay, got it. Yeah, I want to hear her talk. Yeah, I do want to tell you some of what's going on in the Lily and Jack, and also in. Oh, here they come.
Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree? Yes. Do all of you agree?
Yes.
Thank you.
Probably
002.
hear better.
What say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty? Not guilty.
Of.
Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge? Lesser included. Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct? Yes. So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Hi, Weezy.
So say you all?
Yes.
003. What say you? Is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Is the defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records it. You, upon your oath, say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
I'll tell you that. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the verdict in the retrial of the century. Karen Reed not guilty of every charge that actually counts, guilty of operating under the influence, everything else not guilty. Right now we're outside the courthouse. The street has been blocked off. You see the officers on the top of the steps. Any moment now, we are expecting Karen Reed and her defense team to come out. The crowd is hungry. They want to see Karen Reed. They've been here for Karen Reed. Now they want to celebrate with Karen Reed.
Wow, look at the crowd, y'all.
Right now there's a chant of justice for John, which is justice for John O'Keefe. Because the folks outside this courthouse believe that justice for John O'Keefe is an investigation of the investigators and an investigation of the people who are inside 34 Fairview. I've been covering cases and stories for a long time. That investigation's not happening.
Yeah, I was just
There
going
will
to say,
be no
they're
more
not going to do
charges
that.
relative to the death of John O'Keefe. Criminal charges.
Which really bothers me, because if they wanted justice for one of their own and they just found out by a jury they didn't have the right person, if they truly wanted justice for John O'Keefe, they would pursue it.
It's part
They won't, in
celebration.
my
It's
opinion,
everything that they've
one
been
of their own.
talking about year after year in the build-up
This
to
might
this
be a wake-up
moment.
for Sumner County. Everywhere where we have dirty cops.
Matt Johnson is also with us outside across the street. Matt, I can't hear myself, but can you hear me?
Yeah, if they really wanted justice for one of their own, and that's what this is about, then they should continue the path to justice.
We can't hear each other, and we're both outside. That's the level
I
of
can tell you
noise
what,
here
people
coming
are popping
from
bottles
the folks. I
already.
look
I
at
got
some of the
someone in
faces,
Texas
a lot of
already
smiling
popped their
faces.
bottle.
Why are you so happy?
Karen Reed is free. Woo!
Why is that important to you?
I love Karen Reed. We've been following this case for a long time. Freedom for Karen is justice for John. Yeah.
Yeah.
What happens next? What happens next?
We get justice for John, because that's what really matters at the end of the
That is what
day.
matters.
And freeing Karen Reed means justice for John.
We need the right persons, and they're not
It's
going
a
to pursue
fevered
it. in my
pitch
opinion.
here outside the courthouse.
I agree,
Someone is
Shirley.
walking out of the courthouse right now. Someone's walking out. False alarm. False alarm. It's taken a while for them to come out. It's an emotional day. It's an emotional moment.
I think this is
Matt
important
Johnson,
for
can you hear me now?
Massachusetts, period. Think about Massachusetts history. I don't want to go into it, but for their political history and stuff. Crimes.
It is so loud.
Alleged.
It is so loud. Matt can't hear me across. Yep. Michael Ayala, there have been emotional trials before.
Justice for
There have
John
been people
O'Keefe.
invested in the
We need
outcomes, but it's never
justice
been
for
under
John.
these circumstances. I'm wondering what you think about what's happening outside the courthouse right now. The chance of justice for John O'Keefe, the chance of lock up Jen, referring to Jennifer McCabe.
Yeah, it just reminds me, Vinny, of the O.J. Simpson case. It just does. I know that's not something people like to talk about, but the support. Now, he was, of course, a celebrity,
drink
so
the
there's something
Kool-Aid
different
down.
there. But the support for a defendant, the dislike of the
I agree,
police, which
Maria.
is so palpable in this case. In trying to think, Vinny, about why
Yeah, hopefully those
these
other
people are
cops.
so behind Karen Reed, I can only think that she just represents all of them. They all have issues with the police out there, the corruption, the culture.
Oh my goodness,
She
please.
represents all of them, all the problems they've had over the years.
Yep, that's
and
what I was saying,
now It's
historically.
come to this point, and they're just letting that emotion show.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to sneak in a quick break. When we come back, our continuing coverage of the verdict in the retrial of the century. Karen Reed basically being set free today.
We're still waiting for Karen. I just postponed my movie plans to tomorrow night. So hopefully she will be talking soon. You're a wateraholic. Good for you, Town Chat. I struggle to drink my water. I have to really mark it off on my to-do list. My coffee. I love my coffee. Yes, I drink coffee. And yes, Sharon, I will share with you all. You've had 2 requests, Jack and Lily stuff. And yes, I can get that to you. There's a component I want to share with you about the grandma. And then also, what did you all ask me about? Oh, the Sebastian episode. And then I have someone who's going to make sure I get an image that I need to get. Deanna, if you could do that for me, that would be great. So we will be right back. We're waiting to hear from, Karen Reed. Let me go up here and enlarge this so we don't. Why do they have they usually don't have this right here. Oh, okay. So I did have it. Okay. I'm going to mute you for a second while we're waiting and let my dogs out.
Welcome to downtown Dedham. Not guilty, Karen Reed, and she's about to exit the courthouse.
Here we go. My fur babies are adorbs. They are very good with kids. They're also good. Well, here she is. Support animals for autism. Look at her. Oh my gosh. I have chills. Oh, thank you, Shirley, for trying. I will look it up. I will pay for it.
These amazing supporters who have supported me and my team financially,
Let her talk.
more importantly, emotionally, for almost 4 years. And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen, you want to see the case reopened? Give a message for the case to be reopened? No, the case cannot be reopened. Alan, this case is over. No, I mean, the case is searching for someone else. What did you say? I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it to Karen.
Chaos.
Thank you. Mr. Reed. I want to acknowledge the strength of our daughter, Karen. the support of the entire Reed extended family.
Yes, one cop did get fired
I want
for
to
calling
acknowledge
her
the
names
greatest
and
team
the C word and all
of
that in
attorneys.
the initial
Our
moments
first one that we found was
of the
David
investigation.
Gannetti. We added Alan Jackson and Liza Little. Rob Alessi, you know about. All right. It was a fantastic team, but we needed them all to defeat this. We thank everybody for their support from the heart. We love you all of the content providers who have spread the word. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
The investigation.
Let's do this. Let's get going.
Well, if they want justice for one of their own, like they've been barking about, they'll reopen that investigation. Wow, there she goes. Put this away now. She'll be celebrating tonight. Hopefully she's walking. As a DD. Calls an Uber.
What is life? Karen, how do you feel? Get her in the car. Hey, you okay? You okay? You okay?
3.5 years. Free at last, free at last. 3.5 years of this.
Unbelievable moment. Unbelievable moment. The swarm of pink is now moving from the front of the courthouse down towards the SUVs as Karen Reed and her defense team settle into this moment.
Wow.
Settle into an unusual moment in our system of criminal justice. A not guilty verdict in a murder trial.
Thank you.
It doesn't happen often, folks. It really doesn't. When you accuse prosecutors and law enforcement of a conspiracy, it is rare that a jury believes that is reasonable. It just happened in this case. It was about trying to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt and a jury finding reasonable doubt in every criminal charge that mattered in this case. Operating under the influence is the only one that they found her guilty of. Matt Johnson on the street as well. Matt.
Bringing us to the forefront.
Yes, I can tell you that we just got a comment from Mr. Reed. He's making his way to his SUV as they're all making their way out of this situation after the verdict. And he was saying that he was thankful to all the supporters and thankful to the media for drawing attention to this case. Dominated this community for more than 3 years. As for Karen Reed, I was really trying to get a comment from her about what life will be like now that she is no longer a murder defendant. She had no comment. I asked her probably 4 or 5 times. She did not make any comment other than what she said at the podium, really thanking her supporters out here and also thanking all of the media that have been out here and her defense team that have been working on this for the past 3 years. And then she's added to that for this second trial, adding Pro Vice Robert Alessi, and also adding a former juror to her team, a lot of interns that were also researching and doing a lot of work behind the scenes from Harvard University. This defendant waving and making the love symbol in sign language as she drives past all of the media and drives out of this courthouse after being... You can see the sea of pink out here, all of these supporters. Many of them were in tears during this process when they were reading the verdict and cheering, and just jubilation from these supporters that always believed that she was innocent. I'll send it back to you.
Unbelievable scene. It's like, now what happens? What happens next? Right? The rush of adrenaline, unreal. We'll be back. Tonight on Closing Arguments, it's verdict.
Okay, you all. So yes,
Debbie, I'm really sorry it didn't go the way you were hoping it to go. One thing I do love about all of you is we don't have to agree. We're adults. So we are here. We understand that you feel differently. And we also had John O'Keefe family in here today with us. So I do want to tell you all that I do appreciate, I mean, I know, you know, how you were feeling, but I really do appreciate the fact that you were sensitive to that we had a family member in the chat. So thank you so much for that. And we do want justice for John. And that is so important. And they have spent 3.5 years talking about needing justice for one of their own. So if they truly want justice for one of their own, they may have to go after some of their own. So that means we'll see how much they want justice, right? So I think this is a good outcome as far as corruption in the police go. There is no place for it, and it needs to be stood up to. And when you have a community that stands up to corruption, Sumner County, I hope you're listening. You saw what happens. You need to take that stand. You have it going on in your community, in my opinion, and many others. So if once they take a stand and they say, we will not tolerate dirty, and we won't pay dirty, and we won't convict dirty, then that's when things will change. You are so very welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here today. We will have Unplugged in the morning. I will also cover Sebastian tomorrow, as well as Summer Wells. And Jack and Lily will probably be the next day. We will see. I'll get our day set up, but I want to thank you all. I'll try, Shirley. I'll let you know. I will let you know. Oh, the Crime Door app? I've had the Crime Door app. Oh, Shirley, I had the Crime Door app before it was one you had to pay for. Yes, that's a great app. I just haven't had it lately, but yeah, that is a great app. I have had that app, Shirley, and you're right. It gives like historically what crime on this day and things like that. But you all, I want to thank you for being here. Justice has been served, in my opinion, for Karen Reed. Yes, she was drinking behind a wheel. That has been addressed. She's received a year's probation. But now justice needs to be for John. Now justice needs to be for John. And that means that they may have to go after some of their own. So let's see if that path to justice that they've so vehemently gone through for 3.5 years, if they continue that for one of their own. Because in my opinion, they'll be looking at some of their own, right? Hey, friends, talk soon. See you on the next case, and keep keeping on. See you tomorrow.